Hello. We are back. I did it. My computer works, kind of. I'm still trying to mess with the details, the settings. Just because I want to make sure nothing overheats or underheats, you know. Well, underheating's fine. The overheating is what you got to worry about. I think that's fine. So we'll see if this actually kills my my recording stuff. And that text isn't true anymore, so I can take that off. All right. Enough of that music. Some real play of music here. And then turn on ZZZ capture so you can hear the game. If I'm tabbed into the game, you'll hear it. I will say, I knew this was the case, but I always forget that, for a lot of players, the experience of having very little frame rate is real. If you are used to playing Wuthering Waves on pretty much the vast majority of any devices, it's the exact same gameplay experience. You always cheat, Nana. What? I do like seeing the forecasters out and about. Like, the devs oh, and they're ducks now. I forgot. I haven't looked at button up until now, but we have ducks now. Wuthering Frames. That is true. I don't think you understand. Wuthering, when I tried to play Wuthering Waves on this, when I basically disabled my GPU, I was watching a slideshow. That's how bad it got. It wasn't that bad, but it's pretty close. Pretty close to a slideshow. Let's see. For promotion stuff, I already have everything I need. I guess I'll farm more anomaly stuff, I guess. In case I'm getting Valina. In case Void Hunter Lady is actually an anomaly agent. We shall see.
Switching pipe.
Why did that not stun? There we go.
What are you looking at?
Aloha.
It's showtime!
That should be fine. Before we start, I do want to look at some Valina stuff. There's a chance they release the other demo for her. Not the demo, the other trailer for her tonight. I have not seen the first one. I don't want to watch them in advance. I like to watch them live. And I also like to give you guys the chance to watch them before I do. So that's why I'm not going to be streaming Season 3 like the night it comes out. Simply because I don't want to take that experience away from the people who actually want to play it. Do I do the help Bang Boo or area? I'll just help the Bang Boo. I'm not doing the area patrol stuff. I'm Peth. That is interesting. Oh, it's this guy. Oh no, it's this puzzle. Never mind. I thought it was the more fun one. It's the rhythm one. Which is great because I have the music turned off. And my charity is rewarded. Beautiful. Fantastic. And then for the rest of these batteries, I'm doing the trick of stockpiling them for Season 3. Because here's a fun question. Why bother grinding for skills now? As in, why bother grinding for stuff now when Season 3 is going to open with, here's a brand new attribute. Here are brand new drive discs, and you can't farm any of them. You know what you should do? Just wait to farm them in Season 3. That's what the battery system's for. Bada bing, bada boom.
Cuốn sấy này chè tới mây lời.
And I do want to look at their kits first. Not first. Before we get too far in, I'd like to look at their kits. Just because I never, like, kits are things I glance at when they kind of get revealed in the beta. And then as we get closer to release is when I actually start to investigate them. And that's kind of important because a lot of characters that are released in the beta drastically change. Like, for instance, Caesar was a crit DPS. You still see that in her Mindscape 6, and that's pretty much all they did with it. I'm reading what you're saying, Super Bro. So, Super Bro, it kind of makes sense that Season 3 would introduce a new attribute. We were kind of expecting that maybe in Season 2, and we didn't get that. Instead, we got Yixuan, which was, here's the elements for a brand new class. Ooh, fascinating. And if we look at what they did with the class, I can close this now. We'll go to presenting. Save my computer a bit of power. Where is it? Window capture Vivaldi. So if we look at the Season 2 launched with a brand new Rupture class. Ooh, exciting. And I'm sure we did a lot of good stuff with Rupture. And by doing a lot of good stuff with Rupture, I mean waiting a full like 4.5 months before we did anything with Rupture. Hello? 2.0 to 2.2 was just, here's a bunch of sheer damage buffs, I guess. Here's a bunch of ether damage for your ults and HP, kind of. It's like, wow. Sure are doing a lot with this Rupture class, aren't we, game? So, all of that said, it's like, I'm highlighting this to prove a point. Start of season 2, Yixuan is the new hottest thing, and like, oh man, all the content's gonna revolve around her. It kind of did, but it kind of didn't, because Rupture, didn't really do anything with Rupture until they actually started releasing Rupture agents with Yidhari, Monato, and Lucia. And that was like, again, 2.0 to 2.3 is like, what, 6 months? The patch is like a month and a half. Yeah, I'll just say 6 months. Now, if we look at a character like Valina, Valina is the only agent of her element that we know of. It is very likely that, like, it's possible that Remiel is a wind agent. We don't know if that's true. It's possible Sigrid is a wind agent. We don't know if that's true. So if you want to mess around with whatever they do with wind, you're going to have to pull Valina. Granted, you could probably get away. By get away, I mean, you don't have to pull Valina. That's not like a requirement. But if you're wanting to mess around with wind stuff, it is a requirement because there's no other wind agent. King Capri, what Remiel's class is not officially confirmed. That it is a good speculation, but until we learn a little bit more, I don't want to get too into that sort of leak territory. Or it's not even, it's like alpha leaks. It's not even beta leaks, it's alpha leaks. Now, granted, Sigrid, who is probably the second half character in 3.1, Sigrid could be a wind agent? Maybe? We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And before we get too far, I do want to look at their kits. By kits, I mean their W engines. Last time we looked at these were all a little bit different, except for Chief Sidekick. I think that stayed about the same. And then I'm going to look at Peter Weiss specifically, because I don't think I need to look at Norma and Valina. I think Peter Weiss is more interesting. I will look at one part of Valina's just because I think it's interesting. Again, we're talking about first beta and then what they actually come out as. So if we look at Valina's W engine, it actually got buffed from the last time I looked. This used to say 60, and I can look at the before and after. Does this show it? That doesn't show it. Last time I looked, I think it was this one. Yeah. So the last time I looked, it was something like this. 60 AP, when you use your EX, your Vortex and Windswept damage increases. And when it's stacked twice, you buff the team's AP. Cool. This is a generic W engine. Theoretically, any agent can equip this. And when I saw that, I said, that looks pretty good. I don't think they're going to keep that in. And they didn't. Because here's what it is now. 70 AP, that's a buff. When the equipper's EX deals wind damage, there it is. And guess how many wind anomaly agents there are? Yep. Okay, so it's only for Valina now. Fantastic. Granted, this is still a good buff. It's just not like one you can throw into a ton of agents now and expect to get away with it. Especially because its main stat is energy regen. And like most agents don't care about this. And especially not anomaly agents, except maybe Bernice, but not even Bernice really cares that much about it. Correct, Malite. Wind is just an attribute. Like, Bonyue doesn't do anything interesting with the fire attribute. He's just a fire agent for the sake of, like, elemental weakness matchup chart. Attribute type matchup charts or whatever. Like, oh, I fight the fire weak boss because I'm a fire agent. And I'm not used on the fire resistant boss because I deal fire damage. That's basically what Bonyue does and Evelyn does and Soldier Levin does. Right? Like, they don't use their attribute in interesting ways. They are just of that attribute. And that's fine. But if you want to do stuff with the wind anomaly, there's only one agent, and that agent's Valina. And then let's look at Sol Excuvia. This is Peter Weiss's W engine. Before, a little bit before, I think it had this text. Attack, crit rate. When you use it, if Peter Weiss, so it's limited in that sense, but when you use your ultimate, you ignore some percentage of the enemy's defense. That's pretty good. They have now changed it to ignoring ether resistance. Technically, this is better against enemies with low defense. But it's probably, I'm guessing it's an overall nerf, technically. It does allow you to use them better against neutral matchups. Because against neutral matchups, you're now just dealing normal damage, basically. Especially when you get this to the Mindscape 5. When they actually let us get the rest of these things. Getting to Mindscape 5, every enemy is just weak to ether, essentially. Minus the daze factor. Your damage means the enemy is weak to ether. So that's fine. And of course, some people might look at this and say, oh, this attack percent, this is unfortunate. You wish this was crit damage. Not really. It doesn't really matter that it's crit damage, because if you look at Peter Ruiz's core, by core I mean his additional, when another character is stun or support, so that's bland and generic, increase your crit damage by 40%. Fantastic. That means we basically just get disc 4 for free. So this being attack or crit damage doesn't really matter. And on teams with Nicole, you actually do want to have more attack anyway, because Nicole doesn't give any attack. This does make his synergy with Nicole slightly weaker. By slightly, I mean a lot weaker. I don't know if it's like overall like a meaningful nerf. It might be like a slight nerf in some matchups and a slight buff in other matchups. We shall see. We shall see. Yeah, that is correct, Impeth. It does mean that before, when it was defense percent, it's like you could try to brute force him more in rupture fights, especially when paired with Nicole. Because when this is at 28%, if this will actually, well, it's not changing over because I didn't do it right. When this is 28%, if you combine this with Nicole's 40% defense shred, that's 68%, which is basically what the increase for rupture bosses are anyway. So it just becomes a normal fight, and they probably didn't want to do that. That's probably why they changed it. Like, you know what? This synergy with Nicole specifically is too good. We should probably change that. With Nicole in the rupture fights, again, it's a very specific scenario. And at max rank, it's close to 40%. That's close to 80% defense shred for basically free, because they're giving this away for free over time. So that's pretty good. Now, I want to go over some parts of this kit. There are some missing text on this still. So for instance, with 30 or more comma, it's like, what's the comma? It's like, okay, there is some text in his core that's not being applied. This bold text, it's solar prominence. It's his energy bar. It's his resource bar that he has. You gain it naturally by doing stuff, I guess. I haven't played him yet. I don't know. I'm going to look at his max rank for his dodge counter, because I think it's kind of important. Because I want to compare. I like to do this for new agents that come out, so that way we have like we can see an overall trend of agents. Let me look at attack agents first. Let's look at Billy's, then Ye Xiongguang's, then Cecia's. We'll make his rank 16 as well, just for a fair comparison. So A rank Billy's dodge counter, which is probably his best move in neutral when he doesn't have energy. Billy's dodge counter does 524. We'll just say 525. That's pretty good, and it's not too great. It's not too bad. Let's look at Ye Xiongguang. Ye Xiongguang is a character who never uses her dodge counter. At rank 12, it does close to 700. Huh? The character who doesn't ever use their dodge counter just gets an overpowered dodge counter? Yes. Now let's look at Cecia. Again, another character who doesn't use her dodge counter. Oh, that's 650. That's pretty high. Her dodge counter doesn't really matter for anything, and yet they make it good. Why? I don't know. God forbid characters have weaknesses. So, notice the trend. Like, normally for an on-field DPS, this is like a pretty decent amount. And then they keep releasing on-field DPS with just better dodge counters on characters who don't care about their dodge counter. Like, that seems like a worrying trend. That seems like power creep. Now, let's look at Peter Ruiz. Peter Ruiz's dodge counter at level 16 is down to 540. This dodge counter does not inspire confidence. as a solo Billy player, this dodge counter better be incredible. It better have really good range, really good iframes. Otherwise, this is not a good move. Based on my personal experience using Billy, Billy's dodge counter is pretty weak, but you can spam this move pretty easily. I hope this is like a move you can spam. Also, let's look at his basic. Right now, you can't get him to Mindscape. Again, that's at Mindscape 5. We're not probably getting Mindscape 5 for a while. In season 3 starts, we can get his Mindscape 1 and 2, which we can see at the bottom, are just basically stat buffs. Gain more decibels when you enter the field and higher crit rate. And then again, more decibels and more decibels. Fantastic. But we are only getting Mindscape 1 and 2 when season 3 releases. And then I'm guessing around maybe 3.2, 3.3, we get Mindscape 3 and 4. And then probably at the finale of the season, 3.5, 3.6 or something, then we get Mindscape 5 and 6. That makes the most sense. They're going to drip feed this. And that's why there's nothing in the beta, because they haven't been made yet. Hey, Romanoid, how's it going? We're just looking at Peter Weiss's kit real quick. So it's not really fair to evaluate his dodge counter at Mindscape 6, because you're not going to be able to get that for another 6 months. So looking at his Mindscape 0, Mindscape 1 dodge counter, that's not very good. This is a pretty weak dodge counter. This is very weak. This might be worse than Ambi's. And that's saying something, because I think Ambi has a really bad dodge counter. And by Ambi, I do mean stun Ambi. Let's look at her dodge counter. No, it's actually better. Never mind. Look at this. Her dodge counter's not good at all. And look at, by the way, fun fact, look at her days on her dodge counter. This is at level 16, by the way. Level 16 dodge counter on Ambi. This is her damage in days. Let's look at Billy's again. At level 16. Actually, no, you don't even need level 16. Level 12, it's already better. Why? Why'd they give the stun agent not only like a weak dodge counter, but weak days on their dodge counter? It doesn't make sense. Back to Peter Weiss. I do think his kit is really interesting. You can see here, we won't get the full power of these basics for a while, but if we get them to level 16, which again, that's going to be in like 6 months, so who knows. This is the kind of damage we're getting for our regular basics. And then when you have 30 or more solar prominence, solar flare, solar beam, you can hold your basic to do a high-powered move to unleash the sun inside of us. And then you get this kind of damage output. This is, again, this is level 16. That's not what you can expect on launch. It's going to be level 12. That's still pretty good. That's pretty good. Julian has to... Julian has to work her butt off to get damage like this. And if you just read Peter Weiss's kit, it's just like, yeah, you just gain solar prominence. Don't worry about it. You can just use this move whenever you feel like it. It's so dumb. And then all of these moves basically say, when you have 30 or more solar prominence, you can just hold your basic to use your celestial light. And that's probably what you're going to do. You're not just going to hold it for the first 2 moves, because these 2 damage multipliers are just not very good. What you care about is the 3rd hit and the 4th hit. And the 4th hit comes out when you switch after using the 3rd hit. which means Peter Weiss is another character who is, you can switch off of them pretty comfortably to use another character. Which means if your stunner has high damage, then that's actually kind of useful. Super Pro, that is also correct. The end of her dodge counter has no, like, has no visual indicator that it's over, and it also has no iframes as soon as it ends. So it's terrible. There are so many times you just use Ambi's dodge counter and you get blown up immediately. Like, most characters that have a dodge counter like that at least have like animation that show a windup and the final hit. Like Piper's final slam on her dodge counter is pretty quick, but you have a very clear idea of when that hit move ends. You have no idea when Ambi's dodge counter ends. Technically, Super Pro, you can just spam her dodge and hope you do it correctly. I've done that before, but it is really annoying. Again, he has it on his assist follow-ups. His assists also aren't very good. Like, if you read the damage on these are kind of bad. If we pull up Billy again, or I can just pull up Yisheng Guang, another character who doesn't really care about her assist follow-up. Yeah, this is not looking good. Even Billy, Billy's assist follow-up, I think this is at level 12 also, because I didn't increase this. Because to be fair to evaluate this from level 16 skills, because right now you can have Billy's at skill level 16. You can't have Peter Weiss at skill level 16. That does mean Peter Weiss will just get better naturally. Because I think each skill level basically increases your damage output by like that damage by 9%, something like that, off the top of my head. So this is Billy's assist follow-up at skill level 16. That's actually pretty good. Peter Weiss doesn't have that. So, like, it's not a very good move. Now, granted, these moves don't need to deal a lot of damage because, again, you're trying to get this move to come out. So, as long as you can build up Solar Prominence, that's all you care about. I don't know the numbers behind it. I'm sure the guide makers will reveal that. If I trust no one, I trust Lino. I'm sure Lino will make a detailed guide about that. And then his EXs are kind of generic. They're bland. They don't really do anything. Say it with me. After this skill with 30 or more Solar Prominence, hold basic to blah, blah, blah. Fantastic. And then he also uses an automatic special for some reason. And this is called an assist attack, which is odd. I don't think there's another use of the word assist attack outside of one drive disc. Chaos Jazz. I don't know why. While off-field, EX special attack and assist attack damage. Is this an assist attack? It's not in caps. So I have no clue if this is actually that. It's probably not, but it's funny that they brought this back for some reason. It's probably not related. It's just interesting that they have this wording here that is the exact wording of an official term. And of course, this move doesn't really do anything. It's just they'll do a follow-up move, which is kind of annoying because if you try to switch, usually if you try to switch to a character doing a move, you can't. The game just won't let you. So that might be kind of annoying. Who else has an assist attack? Bernice. Bernice has what's labeled as assist attacks. Let's look at anomalies real quick. All right, blind. That's electric. Well, that's... I didn't mean to press fire, but I guess that works. I think maybe Vivian has one. I don't think she does. No, she doesn't. Basic attack, Mixed Flame Blade. This counts as assist attack damage. Her afterburns are considered assist attack damage. That's about it. And I'm pretty sure this is with her potential unlocked, because I don't see it here off the top of my head. Yeah, it is. It's right here. Cool. Anyway, back to Pyrolyse. Chain attack. After using this skill, say it with me, press or hold basic to do your blah blah blah. Fantastic. After using your ults, press and hold basic to do your special finishing move. Wonderful, fantastic. What's interesting is that his chain attack has a higher damage multiplier than all of his ults. Now, granted, that's removing a lot of context of these ults, but it is interesting that from a raw damage multiplier level, his chain attack does this much. That's pretty good. We look at Billy's. Make sure this is skill level 16. Billy's chain attack does this much. That's pretty good, but his ult does double the damage. So it's interesting that Pyrolyse, again, skill level 12, not 16, has substantially higher damage on his chain attack compared to his ults, outside of any context behind them. Now, when you read his core, that does give the context behind it. Upon entering Pyrolyse gains, I'm assuming this is Solar Prominence. It wouldn't make sense with any other word. This triggers for stuff in Investigation Zone mode. Landing different attacks on enemies gain certain amount of Solar Prominence, and he gains some over time. And they gain the following effects. When he uses the upper branch, he gains 30 Solar Prominence, so that way you can use his hold basic immediately, and enters the state, whatever the state is. The Mirage state, they just didn't copy paste this over. While in the Mirage state, your ultimate deals 40% increased damage to stunned enemies. And again, with 30 or more Solar Prominence, why do they put this here? This is unnecessary. This is why they keep bloating skill descriptions with this stuff. Get rid of this line of text. You do not need this here. Whatever. Unless they are saying, they are specifically saying here that after the 4th hit of Celestial Light, you can do it again immediately. I guess that makes sense. I take it back. I take it back. If that's what it means, then I guess that's what it means. A quick assist is whatever's labeled under the assist category is considered an assist attack. That includes quick assists and assist follow-ups. Just to clarify that, Impath. Hissenberg, I think it's fine that his chain attack animation lasts a while, because it means you can switch to another agent and continue to do stuff. Actually, no, I take that back. You can't do that with quick assist. Not quick assist, chain attacks. Take that back. I'm thinking of Starlight Billy's like hold basic to be like, oh yeah, you can switch while he does it. It's like, wait, that's not a chain attack. That's a hold basic. I take that back. Now let's keep reading. That's his upper path. This effect lasts for 21 seconds. Cool, okay. So it says here's more damage on stunned enemies. Okay. The lower branch. While in Sunflare state, energy generation increases by 15%. That is interesting because his base energy regen is very low. We look at Billy. Billy's a normal agent at 1.2. Pyrolyse is specifically at just 1. I don't know why. He just is. It's like, yeah, it's kind of weird. Damage dealt increases by 40%. A 40% damage buff for basically just using your ult. That's nice. And triggering perfect block with your EX grants 10 more Solar Prominence on top of whatever it's granting up here. I don't know the exact numbers. This effect lasts 200 seconds? I'm sorry, what? Is that a typo? Is this supposed to be 20? 200 seconds? You know how long fights are supposed to last? In Deadly Assault and Shiyu Defense, they're usually around 3 minutes. Deadly Assault is always under 3 minutes, 3 minutes or less. Shiyu Defense can be a little bit longer, depends on what you're doing. So what they're basically saying is, this is the first and only ult this is the first ult you should ever be using, because it lasts you the entire fight. That's interesting. And I'm going to take a break from that to look at this really quick. Upon entering the battlefield, Pyrrhios gains 1,000 decibels. Okay. Using Ultimate Triumphant Return, that's the label for all of his ultimates, grants 1,500 decibels. Oh. So the goal from reading this, I haven't watched any of the early access videos because I want to play this character first before I look at that stuff. What this means is, basically at the start of the fight, you'll use your ult. The start of the fight, you will have 2,000 decibels. And because he can use his ultimate when he's at blasting or above, that's the 2,000 decibel benchmark. There's like a level for 0, then 1,000, then 2,000, then 3,000. Once you get to this level, which is 2,000, you will use his ult. And guess what? You will always start fights at that level. So you just start the fight by using his ultimate. Based on from what I'm reading. They might change this. I might be wrong. I have not watched the early access stuff because I like to discover that for myself. That's kind of interesting. And then as soon as you ult, you gain 1,500 decibels back. So it's like, you basically just start the fight with a free ult and an extra free 500 decibels. Because you usually start fights with 1,000 decibels anyway. And then left branch. When this skill's heavy attack hits enemies in the contamination state, it deals more damage as additional damage. So when enemies are contaminated, that's a very specific thing to happen. That's an anomaly thing. That would be interesting if you try to combine this with Nicole, because Nicole does deal meaningful anomaly buildup on her EXs and chains and ults. That might be something to look out for. If you want a big power move, because again, if you're using this ult already, like this is an ult you do once at the start of fights and you never do it again. So you're kind of stuck with your top one, your left one, and your right one. There might be some situation where this left one is really good. I'm not sure. I haven't used it yet. And then the right branch, Ultimate Eternal Imprisonment. When this hits a stunned enemy, specifically stunned, so this can be used at any time. This has to be used against a stunned enemy to gain this bonus effect. The blank effect is triggered. I'm assuming this is totalized, dealing this amount of damage as additional damage, this amount of attack as additional damage. And then the stun duration of all stunned enemies is extended by 3 seconds. Afterwards, the enemy's stun state ends. So, based on reading this, it means that you use this right before an enemy exits stun. They will still have the totalized damage, and then their stun duration will last for 3 seconds longer. I don't know if that's how that works. Again, I have not looked at the early access stuff. Oh, contamination is the wind stuff. I always get that mixed up. I thought contamination was the ether stuff. My bad. Oh, I have this tab for drive disk anyway. This is corruption. That's so confusing for me. My bad. My bad. So yeah, I take that back. If they release a wind support, which they will probably do eventually, then this could also be useful. Maybe it's not better than the right branch, but they could also just release a boss that you can't stun, and so then this right branch is useless. And then, as we mentioned before, when another squad teammate, I'm saying squad enemy, I'm crazy, is stun or support, increase your crit damage by 40. It's like we get a disc 4 for free. Fantastic. And using a chain attack grants 300 decibels. Which is the move we want to do anyway, because his chain attack is already really good. And it already gives us 250 decibels. I'm going to round down. So that means when you use this move, you're getting 555 decibels. Just 555 across the board. That's really good. Granted, you usually have to stun an enemy to get this unless you're using Astra or Norma. But even then, that's a lot of decibel generation for this guy. So I think this kit is interesting. I'm curious to see how it pans out. My overall impression, and again, he does get his own drive disc set, which is actually now Juyen's best set. Congratulations, Juyen. You now have a disc drive set. You can now stop using Shadow Harmony. I think that the build for this guy is to try to go attack percent on disc 5, maybe, depending on what team you're using. If you're using Nicole, I think you want attack percent on disc 5, maybe. And if you're not using Nicole, you can kind of use pen ratio and get away with it. I mean, you can still use pen ratio with Nicole, it's just not as ideal, you know. Okay, now, let's quickly go to Valina. Because there's something I'd like to show off. When you first saw her in the beta, she had a very different skill set. Let's see if they put it back in here. I think they took it out. Let's see. I think they took it out. So, let's change the version updates. Let's go to... Oops. Well, that's not there, I guess. You didn't like that I did that. Okay. Let's see if they have it written down. It doesn't look like it. And I'm going to remove the, that text. Do they have it written down here? I hope they do. This was the cool part. After the 4th hit of basic attack, if you have enough assist points, hold basic to consume 2 assist points to activate assist follow-up. I don't think that's in her kit anymore. Like, I don't think she has that. I might be wrong. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's just here's less damage. And if you read the rest of her kit, it would basically just say, use your assist follow-up whenever you want by spending assist points. I thought, oh my gosh, they brought it back. They brought back Caesar's gimmick of spending assist points in a meaningful way. Consume assist points to toss the shield and attack nearby enemies in all directions. Caesar still has this. You don't really ever use this move. But she still has that, and she's the only one who does stuff like that. When I first saw Valina in the beta, I thought, no way, that's interesting. They're bringing this back? How cool. Of course they didn't bring it back. That would actually be interesting. Like, no. We can't have a character actually be that interesting. Get rid of it. And I think it was throughout her kit as well. Yep, after activating her EX, you can do the same thing. You hold a special to consume 2 assist points to do your assist follow-up. And then I think it labeled it again. No, it did not. So yeah, she was a character who was centered on her assist follow-up. Like, that's neat. That's cool. We don't have that anymore, unfortunately. They have removed it. It is not a part of her kit. And that's why I don't pay too close attention to launch kits. To like, their first beta kits, because they always change. And now if you look at her kit, she basically doesn't ever say the word assist anymore. Outside of her actual assist. But it's like, she can't go into that assist follow-up whenever she wants. So, they removed it. 'Tis sad, but that's a reality. Alrighty. that's it for looking at this stuff. Do I want to look at her trailer now, or do I wait for like 11? Do I wait for another hour because I think they're going to release the next one tonight? We can look at Chief Sidekick real quick. This is Norma's W engine. It's a crit rate main stat, impact by 30. Their damage ignores 15% of the target's fire resistance. This is just it's a W engine for your crit DPSs, for your stun crit DPSs. Like, I think if you're doing DPS Lighter, DPS Kaleda, DPS Jufufu, this is their best W engine now. And then it's a team-wide, it's a 25% damage buff when you use your EX for 30 seconds, but repeated triggers reset the duration, so it's basically always up. Romanoid, I'm just gonna let you know, for some reason, when you type in A, it translates that into huh. Like, I understand Canadian. I know A. That's why also Japanese people also say eh, like that. Eh? Eh? It's funny. It's fun because in America we don't normally say eh, we say huh. It's a little bit different, but it's effectively the same thing. Yes, Kaleda's W engine is the alternative, just like it always is. It's Hellfire Gears. You just slap this on and it doesn't give any more damage. It's just, here's more impact. More impact and more impact. Wonderful, fantastic. What we're going to do is we're going to keep releasing stunners who want damage. Lighter was the last one, and then they released Spectral Gaze. We sure hope you like having crit rate. Roaring Furnace. We sure hope you like having crit rate. Yesterday Calls. We sure hope you like having crit rate. Chief Sidekick. We sure hope you like having crit rate. Neon Fantasies. We sure hope you like having anomaly proficiency. Neon Fantasies is just unnecessarily good. It's so good. I could also do like a Pride When tier list reaction. It's not really a tier list reaction. It's more of a here's what they should be changing. It's a prediction tier list. You know what I mean? Like, how would they change the tier list? It's like, I don't know. They'll probably just put characters where they're supposed to go. Like, this partner tag has been tied to Piper since like the start of season 2. It shouldn't be on her at all. If Piper needs the partner tag with Vivian, then every anomaly agent needs the partner tag that says Yuza. So Romanoid, what I'm trying to say is a lot of the new stun DPSs, or sorry, take that back. Stunners have requirements that they want high crit rate naturally. So for instance, Trigger kind of wants high crit rate. She doesn't deal a lot of damage with it, but like in theory, you want to build crit rate on that character. Jufufu, you want to build high attack and crit rate on this character. Dialin, you want to build high crit rate on this character. Very high crit rate, because having higher crit rate directly increases her impact. And I'm pretty sure Norma is very similar. I mean, I can just look at it real quick. Just type in crit rate and see what pops up. Crit Tate? That's not it. Crit rate. When her crit rate exceeds 50%, each additional increases her crit damage by an X amount. So just having crit rate increases her crit damage. And then it also increases her days. So you don't want to build impact on this character. You want to build crit rate. And that's kind of important when there are no generic stunner W engines that give crit rate. That is fair. Jufufu does not need high crit rate. I think her W engine is it's attack percent. But even then, you kind of still want to have a crit rate on her because she increases the team's crit damage by a lot. So what I'm saying is what they are doing is they're trying to get away from players having a ton of, how do I say this? In terms of W engines, Brimstone and Steel Cushion are really good. Like really, really good. Stunners don't really have that. Stunners are like, how do I say this? For stunners, it's like, oh, you want to build high impact. And so what they did is they changed that by just saying, what if we release new stunners that actually don't care about impact? This is Blazing Laurel. I was hovering the wrong one. This is Hellfire Gears. They look similar. In my mind, they look similar. They're both kind of spiky. They both have a similar color palette. My bad. So it's just interesting. Granted, I don't think you, like, if you're building Norma, I don't think you need this W engine specifically. Like, you're not bricking the agent if you don't have her W engine. But it is one you want to get, because, like, I mean, you could give her, what, Blazing Laurel, I guess? I don't think that's one she can use well. You could give her Yesterday Calls as a stat stick, but, like, again, that's not one you really want. It does increase her energy regen, which is, that's okay, but then you don't really get a buff after this. You can use Roaring Furnace. It's an alternative. But it's not a crit rate main stat, which is kind of what you want. You want to get to 100 pretty much, so. Especially for Dylan. Dylan wants to have 100 crit rate. Mine is close. I think mine's at like 92. And that's with Hellfire Gears, so I could slightly grind for like a higher set, but it's like I don't need it. My Dylan does enough days already. I don't need to grind a ton more to get it. Especially if you have her on Hellfire Gears, like she actually doesn't need that much more. She doesn't need it. What was I looking at? Oh, that's right. Why? That's not. I don't care about you, Ellen. We're done with that. We're done with this. We're done with these. For now. Yeah, that's about it. There's also, I didn't hear anything mentioned about this, so I don't know if this is actually going to be in the game. But in the beta, I saw stuff about Boisterous Echoes. Boisterous Echoes is a free A rank W engine that is basically designed for wind agents, or just like in wind fights when the equiper triggers the vortex effect. So you kind of need a wind agent for that. So I didn't hear anything about this in the live stream, so I don't know if this is actually going to be released. Did the stream end? I hope not. Sky Ablaze for Ju Yen? Yes, that is correct. That's probably what you're going to want to do. Again, you don't need Sky Ablaze if you have, like, you don't need to immediately switch off if you already have Shadow Harmony. But it's probably the best one for her now. It is probably the most reliable one for now. I'm just now realizing my Ethernet port's not plugged in. Yay! Now it's plugged in. Fantastic. Which is good, because I didn't notice any dropped frames. I guess I dropped some frames, but not that many. Technically, we are getting a free W engine already. it's Pyroesis, Soul Excuvia, which says here's attack, here's high base attack, here's attack percent, here's crit rate. Unironically, with how this is worded, this might be better than Julian's W engine. Let's look at Julian's W engine for comparison. Okay, it's crit damage instead of attack percent. That's they're kind of the same, but increases crit damage by 15%. Oh, full stop. This might be the winner. Okay, I'm kidding. Let's keep reading. Launching an EX grants the equipper's 8 charge stacks. Whenever you use the equipper's basic or dash attack, consume a charge stack and increases the skill's damage by 35%. Theoretically, Pyroesis can also do this because he uses his like charged basic a lot. So this is actually okay on him. But then you also get this effect, this buff. When the equipper is Pyroesis, using ultimate grants the Eclipse effect, and this is what the Eclipse effect does. But then it says, here's the interesting part. This is nanoka.cc. It's very similar to Gacha Base. I just prefer the UI. When the equipper enters combat, they gain the Eclipse effect. Notice how this line of text is not quite the same as this line of text. When the equipper is Pyroesis, using ultimate grants the Eclipse effect. But this just says when the equipper enters combat, they gain the Eclipse effect. And this effect lasts for 45 seconds. So, in theory, if your fight lasts for less than 45 seconds, you can just equip this onto Julian. And you still get this benefit. If that's how it actually works based on how it's worded here. That would be really funny. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think that's how that works. And if they're going to buff any character, they're not going to buff Julian. They're going to buff her W engine. My gosh, this thing is useless. Brimstone is just better than it. It was better on release. And now many players already have, like, if you've been playing for a while, you probably have multiple copies of Brimstone. So like, why would you ever get her W engine? They can just throw it in the shop for free. Now at max rank, maybe it's pretty good. Maybe, because that's kind of high crit rate. And that's kind of high damage. But like, nah. It would be really funny if you could just get this effect for 45 seconds and try to turbo, like, do go really fast Shiyu defense or something. I don't know. That'd be neat. That'd be funny. But otherwise, this is also just a good stat stick. When people ask, like, oh, I think the normal stat stick for attackers has been Heartstring Nocturne, just because it gives a 24 crit rate, 50 crit damage. The difference is this costs 1 W engine, so that's about like 80 pulls. Meanwhile, Soul Excuvia costs basically nothing. You play the game and they will just hand it to you. So this will probably become the benchmark for most attack agents now. Not the benchmark, but the baseline. Just toss this onto an attack agent. Bada bing, bada boom. Here's attack, here's crit rate. Fantastic. That's all you care about. You've been playing since 1.6 and not a single Weeping Cradle or Brimstone. Interesting. I am similar. Because I don't spend that much, I don't actually have that much stuff on my account. So I actually have purchased, I think I purchased a couple Brimstones. I think maybe I've pulled 1 or 2. I've pulled 2 Brimstones, but I have a 3-star Brimstone and a 1-star unleveled Brimstone that I haven't used yet. Anguin, maybe that means that they're going to unlock Juyen's potential, right? There's no way they would like... I don't think they're going to put her in the shop. I don't think it's going to happen for a while. If they put her in the shop, here's the thing. If they rerun Juyen, here's the biggest problem with rerunning Juyen. Every account in the game that touches Season 3 is going to have a brand new Ether attacker. That is just... Again, I can compare this for fun. Juyen has to jump through hoops, quite literally. She has to work her butt off in order to get her enhanced basics. Please do not resist. Look at this damage stuff. Like, that's not... This is the physical stuff. This is the ether stuff. Okay, that's pretty respectable. But again, this is conditional. You have to work for it. Here's Pirouise. Pirouise at basic 2, basic skill level 12. Eventually, this will get up to 16, but at basic skill level 12. When getting 30 or more solar prominence, which the game will just give you for free by just naturally playing the game. You don't really have to work for this. This is your damage. Oh, it's so unfair. You know what's funnier? People don't realize how strong Sokaku is. Let's look at Sokaku. Skill level. Put her basics to skill level 16. Why not? Her basics aren't that good. Yeah, these are kind of weak. These are kind of low. But those are her physical ones. Let's go to... Oh my gosh! What the heck? Her ice frosted banner does how much damage? Hello? Now, granted, I have not played Pirouise. I don't know how strong he actually is. Again, there's a very good chance he struggles to do some things. Maybe he's kind of clunky. Maybe he has extended animation so he can't do as much. But it's like, even if Juyen is like 5%, I'm going to throw out a random number. If Juyen is 5% better than Pirouise, now you have to ask yourself, okay, if Juyen is on a rerun, am I spending 90 pulls? Again, that's a resource that costs time and money. If you do like if you had to pay for it up front, like if you had 0 resources, you had to pay out of your wallet, that's around 200 bucks. Is a 5% DPS increase for this new character, for this character you don't have yet, is that worth $200? Probably not. Yeah, and this is why I can, like, part of this is why I can comfortably say that, like, DPS Sokaku was better than, like, Launch Ellen, period. Like, Launch Ellen did not age well at all. And also, this move has iframes attached to it, so as soon as she uses this move, she's invincible. Because he jumps into the air, and most agents, when they jump into the air, are invincible. It's so funny. It's so funny how powerful Sokaku is, and people just don't realize it. Granted, her chain attack is really slow. And she basically has no iframes on her EX, so she will just stand still and die if you take her into the tower. Enemies will breathe on her in the tower and she immediately dies. And again, she does have a lower base attack than you would like, but this does get buffed up by her own attack buff, so it's not that big of a deal. This gets buffed by 1,000, so it's like, eh. That's tedious. That's worse for attack percent buffs, but like you're buffing this up anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. And then they unlocked Ellen's potential, and now she's actually better than Sokaku. Also, for some reason, her ultimate has, when it has this much damage multipliers, it also just gives her crit rate. I don't know why, but it's like, yeah, this is just a DPS buff. Why would you do this? Correct. Sokaku does require skill to play well. But she doesn't require as much skill to play as Ellen, because Launch Ellen could not get stacks if the enemy was doing anything. If the enemy was constantly attacking you, Ellen could not get any ice charges. if the enemy's constantly attacking Sokaku, that's actually fine. Because her EX has anti-interrupt, and I think it's her dodge counter. Yeah. When her basic dash or dodge or quick assist, you have a chance to just get vortex stacks. Notice this is not the same as regular vortex. This is ice. This is Sokaku ice vortex, not wind vortex. Very confusing. Don't worry about it. So just by spamming your dodge counter, you can just get more vortex stacks. So which is better? A character who can actually get their stacks very easily, and then at Mindscape 6, you double how many enhanced basic attacks you have from 6 to 12? Or a character who really struggles to do anything about getting, who really struggles to get their stacks and do anything outside of that. It's so funny. Can we look at Piper? Yes, I mean, we can. I don't think there's much to see in Piper's kit specifically. I mean, we can look at her damage numbers real quick. Again, for Piper, because she's an anomaly agent, her base damage multipliers don't matter that much. Simply because she'd rather rely on anomaly damage instead of, like, straight up damage. Like, unless you're getting a crit off of this, yeah, this is a pretty good move, but, like, you care about the anomaly buildup of this move more than the actual damage it does. Canwar, that is true. It is pure RNG until you just realize when you're playing Sokaku, you just spam your basics anyway. When you're using her on field, you spam your basics and dodge counters, so eventually you will just get enough. Or if you don't, you can just press your special twice, and you will always have enough. So, like, yes, that part of her kit is RNG. But that's fine because her EX has anti-interrupt, so you just use her EX twice. You get her Frosted Banner out, and you re-enhance all your basics again. So it's perfectly fine. And also, Sokaku's dodge counter is actually pretty good. Let's get this sucker to 16 again. I always scroll past it. Look at that. That's pretty good. Again, comparing this to Peter Luis's dodge counter. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things is on a crit DPS. Okay, sorry. What I was talking about was the tier list. What they're going to do is they're going to take this partner tag away from Piper. There's no reason this should ever be here. It should have been gone 8 months ago when Yuzuha released. They didn't remove it. I don't know why. Because if they're going to give Piper the Vivian partner tag, they need to give every anomaly agent the Nangong and or Yuzuha partner tag. It doesn't make any sense. Especially when April's video, her video came out recently, and I think it came out a few days ago. Whatever, it came out recently, and the numbers for Valina was, Piper was just better than Jane. It's like, okay, we can stop with the whole, like, oh, Jane's in this, for some reason, Jane's in the same tier as Piper, and yet Piper is just, like, how can Piper outperform her? That doesn't make sense. How can she be reliant on Vivian when in a team without Vivian, she's just better than Jane? Can someone explain that? And that's why if I know Pridewin, I trust them enough to finally remove this. They should have removed this 8 months ago. I don't know why they haven't. And also there's a chance they actually put in, like, they divide up the support category again to have put like stun agents as their own separate group. The problem with that though is that, like, Nangong is a stunner and Dai Lin is a stunner, but they are completely different types of stunners. If anything, Nangong should be in the anomaly DPS category, but she's a support. Like, if you read her kit, if you read her W engine, it just says, oh, I deal a ton of anomaly damage, and I also do high days. And it's like, okay, I get it, but like, does that mean she should go in the anomaly DPS category? I don't know. And then you don't want to confuse players by saying, oh, Starlight Billy's additional requires a stun agent. Nangong's a stun agent. Does that mean they work together? And it's like, not really? Orphe, no, Orphe, you can do stuff with Orphe lighter. Nice try. You can do Orphe lighter stuff. It is possible. The seed partner tag, that's fine. What they'll do is they'll probably drop Yishuan. They'll probably drop these two down, maybe. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that why are we putting every new character in tier 2? Not tier 2, tier 0. We need to drop, like, half of these characters need to go down. Drop Astra, drop Lucia, drop, I don't know, drop Suna. Drop them down into 0.5. There's no reason to put them on tier 0. Astra's not tier 0. She's just not. She's still good, but, like, she is not anywhere close to the level of Dialin or Nangong. If I don't have a team, I'll say it like this. If I am trying to build an attack team and I don't have Astra, you know what I look to? I look to Yuzuha. I look to Suna. I look to Nicole. I have a lot of options to use without Astra. If I'm trying to build a DPS team and I look to Dialin and I don't have her, my next best option is Jufufu or Trigger or Lighter. Those characters are not anywhere close to her generic power level. They just aren't. Like, Dialin is is in a tier above. Technically, Lighter is competitive, but Lighter is also niche. So does that mean he belongs in tier 0 next to Dialin? Because technically, there are fire teams or ice teams that like Lighter more or something, but it's like by a very small percentage. Dialin is Void Hunter level. I actually think... Now, to be fair, if I don't have Dialin, I still have, like, a lot of pretty good stunners. Lycon, I think he should be moved up, but that's maybe not. Not moved up, but, like... I have my own tier list I would make, and I tried recording it, and I just wasn't enjoying it when I was doing it. The difference is, when you don't have Dialin, you do have a lot of other options. When you don't have Astra, you do have a lot of other options. When you don't have Nangong, there is no other option. It's like, oh, I don't have the Anomaly Stunner? Well, there's no other alternative. Like, throw in Lycon, I guess? He doesn't care about anomalies, but, like, throw him in there. Who cares? Oh, you don't have the Anomaly the Anomaly support? Oh, your alternative is Seth or Lucy. It's like, whoa, great, fantastic. Now we're really cooking something here, guys. Also, because of my recent experience, you always have a newfound appreciation for what Caesar gives, which is a shield that says I can make a bajillion mistakes, which is great when you have a single-digit frame rate. Canwar, Lycon did not get buffed for Anomaly. He got buffed so that players would try to use her with Arya before Nangong released. Like, he doesn't go, his kit doesn't say, oh, by the way, I buff Anomaly agents. It just activates his additional for some reason. Even though, like, most of the Anomaly agents don't care about Lycon. Like, does Alice care about Lycon? Not really. Does Bernice care about Lycon? No. Does Jane? No. Promia and Miyabi do, but that's because he's already an ice agent. And Arya does because she just kind of needs a stunner. Also, this is an issue with like the meta tier list. Because if this was a real meta tier list, Starlight Billy would be up here instead of Yi Xuan. And that's because yes, I think from what I've been told, Yi Xuan is just slightly better than Starlight Billy. Here's the problem though. Every buff in the end game is here's a bunch of physical sheer damage buffs, which means Starlight Billy is actually better than Yi Xuan right now. So if you're making a meta tier list, you have to put Starlight Billy over Yi Xuan until they get rid of those buffs. Like you just have to do that. It doesn't make sense otherwise. It is also funny that they looked at the best standard agent and said, oh yeah, we should buff him to be even better. It's like, what the heck? They buffed the best standard agent to become the best standard agent again. Fantastic. And the other best thing about Lycon is that none of his mindscapes actually matter, except his mindscapes 3 and 5, because that gives him more days. So if you only have a mindscape 0, he's still incredibly good. Like, he's not missing stuff like Nekomata is. Nekomata without her mindscape 1 is painful. Mano, don't worry. We'll get the Kaleda buffs. It's not like they're releasing a Fire Stunner in Season 3. We'll get her buffs really soon. Don't you worry. There's no way they would let Kaleda be the last standard agent to get buffs, right? They wouldn't do that. Yes, they should buff Kaleda so she will actually be used in Rupture teams. That's what they should do. Technically, guys, I lied. Kaleda Hill has already been buffed. Like, oh, we should get Kaleda buffs. She's already been buffed. You guys are crying over nothing. Oh, why can't I have more? Wah. Keep crying. You know why I know she's buffed? Look at this. When another character in your squad shares the same attribute or faction, or is a Rupture character. This was the Season 2 buff, and you guys want even more? How greedy are you? Don't you know this changed everything? This did nothing. There is no Rupture agent that looked at Kaleda and said, oh yeah, I want her on my team. Unironically, I think the only character who remotely cares about this is Monato, and that's because stunning faster means he'll get more chain attacks, which means he can actually keep up Yunquei tails. That's usually not a good enough reason to use Kaleda. It's so funny. Don't worry, Romanoid. I know what you mean. Can you use Lighter in Rupture teams? The answer is yes. You just need to use a Sons of Caledon character, which is usually either Lucy or Caesar. Because if you watch my video, I use Starlight Billy, Caesar, Lighter. Obviously, that team is not ideal, but it's good enough. Uh-oh. Apparently, my connection's really bad right now. Even though I'm plugged into my Ethernet. That's fun. Okay, I think I dropped some frames there. Correct, Can Warrant. That is true. That is very true. On Evelyn's release, there was a benchmark or like a threshold where in some very specific circumstances, no, Mega Man, that's not true. In some very specific instances, it was faster in Shiyu defense to use Kaleda than to use Lighter. Because Kaleda has higher days output, which means that if you had enough, if you could reach a certain threshold of damage output with Evelyn, you could kill the enemies faster with Kaleda than you could with Lighter. Unfortunately, as HP has increased, that doesn't really matter anymore. Like, those thresholds are a bit too high for Kaleda to meet effectively. But it was true for a very little bit that my frames are dropping again. But it was true for a very short amount of time. Like, I'll say 1.5 to maybe 1.7-ish? Maybe? Where Kaleda was sometimes in very specific fights with very specific teams against very specific enemies slightly better than Lighter, because she could stun faster and you had to Lighter took a bit longer to do that stuff. But that doesn't exist anymore, so it doesn't matter. Poor Kaleda. But she was the first standard agent to be buffed, and you guys want even more? I can't believe this. How can y'all be so selfish? Honestly, if they just said anytime she uses an EX, she gives the team 300 cheer force for 30 seconds, that would probably be good enough. They'll just turn Ben into a ruptured DPS. That's the Kaleda buff. Just buff Ben. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this tier list. There's stuff they need to change around here. I mean, the very easy stuff, like I pointed out. Get this off of Piper. That doesn't belong there. Will they drop Juyen? Here's a fair question. Are they going to drop Juyen? I think they probably should. I have seen, like, I don't think the best Juyen players. Like, I've seen the best Corrin players. I'm pretty sure Corrin players are outperforming Juyen players. Also, I'm dropping frames again. Why is my Ethernet dropping frames? That should not be happening. I mean, we can look at Shiyu defense stats real quick. I think the partner tag is fine when it's true. It's when it's put on characters that don't need it. Like, I think having the partner tag on Sokaku is okay. It's just annoying when it's on characters too that it doesn't belong on. I forgot exactly which stages are what off the top of my head. So let's just look at the average scores for Juyen. Where is she on this list? Let's start at the bottom. Here's Ellen. There's Soldier 11. Where is Juyen? Is she higher? There's no way she's this high up. Am I blind? I am blind. Why? Oh, she's down here. She's not even used. So this is the average score for Ellen. This is the average score for Corrin. Why is Ellen a tier above Corrin again? Why is Soldier 11 a tier above Corrin again? Granted, I think that's because this is a physical DPS thing, because there was like a physical weak enemy in this Shiyu, then that's why that's the case. 2.8.2 Shiyu defense. I can look at that real quick. 2.8 phase 2. It was this one. So I think this is why it's a physical weak enemy. And it's not, I mean, at best the ice weak enemy is Miasmic Komono Monoto, again, in case you didn't get tired of him the first time. So that's probably why her score is higher, right? It's this buff here. It's the physical damage buff, maybe. And also the ignoring physical resistance on enemies. That's kind of important. That's also why Julian doesn't have a score attached to her. But let's look at Deadly Assault real quick. Like, where's Julian? Oh, fantastic. Julian's at the bottom of the list. What the heck? I mean, there's no way nobody used Billy. I don't believe that's to be true. I think it's because it's Mindscape 0 and like all W engines. Yeah, it just says like not available, but it has numbers attached to him. So Again, this is not the end all be all. It's just to show a little bit of like, hey, hold on a second. Why is Corrin all the way up here and Julian all the way down here? And yet they're a tier apart. Julian is the tier 1, and yet she is completely getting demolished by the tier 2 agent. That doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you look at the bosses and the buffs. And I think it's because the buffs for this one's 2.8.2. We can look at that again real quick. That's the wrong tab. Deadly Assault, 2.8.2. That's right now. Phase 2 is right now. Okay. It's probably because this boss is weak to physical. But even then, that doesn't hold, like, that shouldn't be a 9,000 point discrepancy between them. Because they're not getting, like, fantastic buffs either. At best, yeah, there aren't any good buffs for this one. So again, why is Corrin completely demolishing Julian? The data doesn't, like, the data shows Corrin is substantially better than Julian in their best teams. Why are they a tier of difference? Correct. No normal player plays Corrin, which is why they say if the data for a character is skewed, it means it calculates the average after excluding the highest 25% and the lowest 25%. So you're not even seeing the best Corrin scores. The highest 25% scores are being cut away. So this means Corrin is like the average performing Corrin is this number. What is Corrin's best team? Take a wild guess, Romanoid. Take a wild guess what any attacker's best team is right now. Astra Dialin? Very close. It's Suna. Why do you think it was Astra? Of course it's Suna. But you are correct, it is Dialin. It's Dialin Suna. So what a surprise. Dialin Suna, the best DPS for... the best supports for Billy, the best supports for Corrin, the best supports for Ellen, the best supports for Evelyn, the best supports for... not Hugo, surprisingly. The best supports for Nekomata, the best supports for Soldier 11, the best supports for Julian, the best supports for Yesheng Guang. What a surprise. Probably the best supports for Harumasa too. Actually, maybe you prefer Yuzuha instead, but Yuzuha Dialin. Ooh, watch out. Technically, lighter is better. Like, I think it's lighter Suna. Maybe I think that's what's better for Evelyn. I have not looked into that recently. To be fair, as good as Dialin is, there are alternatives that are not quite as good, but still pretty competitive. Like, if you have Jufufu or Trigger or Lycon or Lighter, obviously they are probably not as good as Dialin, but they are competitive. If you don't have Nangong or you don't have Yuzuha, you don't have an alternative. There is no alternative to these characters. They're the only ones who do their sort of thing. Like, oh man, I don't have Yuzuha. I guess I have Lucy. It's like, oh, fantastic. That sure is exactly the same thing you were looking for. Also, I love the defense of like, oh, Miyabi deserves to be in tier 0 because, you know, she's really good with Nangong and Yuzuha. You know who else is really good with Nangong and Yuzuha? Literally every anomaly agent. That's not a defense for the character. Hello? Stream keeps dying. I'm sorry about that. My internet's dropping out for some reason. I can't control that. I have it plugged into the Ethernet. It just decides to drop sometimes. Ults that last longer, I think that would be one way they can do it. We can already see Pyrois's example of him wanting more chain attacks, where his ult damage isn't actually that high. It's his chain attack that has more damage attached to it. What they could also do, what they should have done, is just have a text next to Dylan that says, the ult used by this point has its damage multipliers reduced by 40% or 50%, right? Just say it in her kit. That way, it's like, yeah, you still get the benefit of the ult, but it's not going to be something overbearing for the rest of the cast where none of them can catch up to her. So again, if you look at Peter Luis's ult, in terms of base damage multipliers, they really aren't that good. What you care about is the extra effects they give afterwards, which is all in his core. Which also means that if the enemy is not stunned, or if they're not contaminated, this guy doesn't really have an ult to use. So yeah, you can still, obviously Dylan's still good enough. Like, she's still really good. Throw him in the team, it's fine. But it's probably not as ideal to use. Marcus, they should give us more stun. They should give us more supports. That is correct. They probably won't do that though. I mean, they are going to do that over time, but they're going to do it. They're going to do that differently. Basically, their cycle is 1 DPS and 1 support each patch. That's usually what they do. It's not always that, but it's usually something like that. Yes, that is the other interesting thing. I forgot to mention it. Because of how Peter Luis's Mindscape 2 is worded, Peter Luis's decibel limit increases by 1,000. Jufufu also increases your decibel limit by 1,000, which means that with Jufufu, Peter Luis can have 5,000 decibels. And again, his ultimates cost only 2,000 decibels. So that's pretty good. And then her chain attack refunds 300 decibels again. Not her chain attacks, but chain attacks give 300 extra decibels. So that is another way to make Jufufu better. Just like, hey, can you just release a character who does chain attacks that are actually like useful and does something with them in a cool way? Okay, it's only when they use an ultimate, not a chain attack. I was confused on that. Peter Luis's decibel refund is on his chain attack. Jufufu's is on ultimate, but you're casting double ults pretty frequently, so that's still extra decibels. Nekomata. I wonder how good though. I wonder what Nekomata's buffs could look like. Curious. Anyway, no comment. Again, the first beta, for the first beta for potential unlocks, they are usually like rough estimates of what they're going to be, but they're not. You don't need to look too far into them. Basically, it just has for the Nekomata buffs, what they say is, this whole thing about back attacks, yeah, you can do that now. It's like, great, thank you, finally. The only thing this character actually wanted was like, oh man, I wish I could hit enemies from behind, and you read her base kit, and it does, and you have no benefit from hitting enemies from behind unless you have her Mindscape 1 and her W engine. It's like, oh, okay, can you like actually give it to my base kit, please? They're like, yeah, sure, we can do that now. Thank you. That's it. There's more to that, but that's really all you need to know. She actually now has back attacks. Fantastic. All right, I've been stalling enough. I don't know if I'll have time to finish the Banyue story now, but I'll try. So I forgot where I am in this video, or it's this one. I think it's this one. I think we got literally halfway through. Yeah, we got halfway through. We have another 2 hours of this. No, I don't know if I can stream for another 2 hours. I think I can probably squeeze it in. What was I gonna do? That's right. I want to make sure I get Zenlist open because I haven't seen this yet, and I'm pretty sure they're going to release this one and the next one soon. Soon and very soon. They are going to release the Valina trailers, and I haven't seen these either. But I don't think I need to. I haven't seen the I never watched the recap one either. Because I mean I played all of season 2. I don't need to see the recap. The epilogue recap, I think I'm good. Okay. I'll have this up just in case they actually release the next part of her demo. If they release her EP. Anguyen, thanks so much for joining. Hope you have a great night. I have heard people talk about the Bang, like I did see the Burning Desires Bang Boo ad on when they released on Twitter. It's very season 1 coded. People thought, oh man, the soul of Zenless died when season 2 released. Like, I don't think it did. I just think they went in a different direction for a little bit. Now, you can tell the overall quality of the storytelling was changed because for various reasons, which we will probably get to right now. Right now, it's muted. And I need to stop playing VLC. We end on Banyue's disciple, Ning Qian, talking to Sarah, being like, oh, we're going to use Banyue for our very secret and evil plan that you're not quite sure at the moment. Why in the world does Sarah need Banyue? It's like, oh, that's a great question. We won't go into it. But Ning Qian has has revenge on his mind. Yeah, also, like, oh, it doesn't have the urban fantasy. It's like, what urban environment are you talking about? Like, you have to be more specific than just urban. There's Japan urban, there's Chinese urban, there's South urban in America. There's like the South urban, there's the Midwest urban, there's the Northeast urban, there's the West Coast urban. Don't even get me started on Europe. There's also like Singapore, Philippine urban. It's like, what do you mean by urban? Like, oh, I don't see like a neon sign that says "Welcome to my shop," therefore it's not urban. It's like, what do you mean? They still have that. Yeah, they probably meant American urban. Which is fair. If like, hey, you said this was urban and this doesn't match my cultural understanding. Okay, that is a fair if you said this doesn't match what I assumed urban would be. That's totally fine, but that's not what they say. Ning Chen, don't get hung up on your so-called god, puppet. Oh, snap. You don't understand, Ning Chen. Sarah's going to have a fantastic, amazing character arc. We are going to learn so much about her. She's going to become a really well fleshed out character. Little do you know, Ning Chen. Ha ha. Joke's on you. See, you know, Slorb, Miyabi gets a pass because she's cool. That's the other thing. People are like, oh man, I want the urban fantasy. I know for a fact these are the same guys who watched OG Naruto and was like, yeah, I love my how do I get, where's the Naruto OST? I hope this I mean, if I have to mute this on the VOD, I will. There's a specific one I'm looking for. I want the official soundtrack, but it's is it Heavy Violence? No. It's Naruto OST Thinking. Is this the one? I think it's Bad Situation. You're like, oh man, I love my My Japanese anime show about ninja and magic in like in a kind of like 2000s world. Wait, I have it at faster speed. It's like, oh yeah, this really fits my Japanese aesthetic. Yeah, turn it up. Yeah, this is so ninja coded. Yeah, my favorite. Yeah, look at that. It has the wind flute. That way you know it's Japanese. Oh yeah. You know, this is very cultural to Japan, of course. Because when you think of a ninja show, this is the kind of music you think about. This is why this, like, it's nonsense. People are like, oh man, it's not urban, therefore it's bad. It's like, shut up. I know you don't actually believe that. I know you guys like the Naruto soundtrack. There's no way you thought, oh yes, this really reminds me of like Edo period Japan, of ninjas. Like, no, it doesn't. That's not what it is. The OG Naruto soundtrack is amazing. I mean, he kind of is white. He has blonde hair, blue eyes. I think it's more to contrast with Sasuke, who has black hair and red eyes, essentially. He technically has black eyes, but they're red most of the time. All right. I might have to mute that part of the stream VOD, but I think that's fine. Hold on, Romanoid, that's magic, right? Let's be fair. You don't need to logic is fine, but the show goes out of its way to detail, here's how the summoning jutsu works. Like, you can just, like, you don't throw logic out the window. You just say, oh, this is magic and here's how it works. And the show goes out of its way to explain that. Because when Naruto tries to summon any other frog, he can't do it. Except, like, the really puny one, it's Gamma Bunta. He summons Gamma Bunta once. He's like, what the heck? Why did I summon you? And then he summons the Chief Toad finally. All right, things are still happening in the background. Here's where the story kicks off again. Since I'm awake, I'll go check out on Xiaoguang. Is that Bee Lion and Boo Lion bickering outside? Let's check it out. Boo Lion, it's your fault, our master, for misleading Xiaoguang. You troublemaker, setting the bad precedent. How dare you slander me? What have I done wrong? You're seeking down the mountain, setting that rebellious example that made Xiaoguang waver in her determination to become the search for the One Piece. What slander? How could you know about the passing of time in the mountains or Master Xiaoguang's state of mind while you've been guarding Swabian Temple all these years? And for some reason, they did not want to read the story anymore, so they just skipped through a lot of this. Then again, it's not too important. But, just like the protagonist of that supreme manual I've been studying, Sword Ascending the Nine Heavens. Even knowing the path is rough, I shall forge ahead with both sword and heart. Like, okay. Such spirit, how similar to my own noble quest of braving the outside world outside the mountains to seek my path and overcome tribulation. Both are acts of pure romance. I'm sure this will become an important plot point of the season 2 story. Have you forgotten what Master Xiaoguang carries? That Qingming sword, a deadly weapon that drinks memories and devours the 5 senses. There's no way that'll happen. I humbly believe that frames are dropping again. I humbly believe that only by tasting all the world's delicacies and witnessing all of life's splendors can one achieve true enlightenment to resist the sword's side effects. This is tempering one's sword heart through mortal experiences. That sounds like nonsense. Boo Lion, that sounds like nonsense. There's no way that would be real. Oh my gosh, I don't even have to watch 2.5. 2.5. The 7.5 hours of 2.5. Blue Line just sums it up. Fantastic. Ugh, you never used to talk like this before. How many cultivation web novels did you read? You're so cheesy. It's making my Bangbu components get goosebumps. Like, Beeline, that sounds like a really cheesy visual novel. Like, yeah, there's no way Zenless would ever do that, right? Zenless would never do something like that. No way. Whoops, I pressed the wrong buttons a couple times. Oh, I think they, yeah, we can skip through that. I am dropping frames like crazy. My bit rate's going down for, I'm not dropping frames. My bit rate's just plummeting. Not sure why, it just is. As long as my audio's fine, I think that's all that really matters. She stands alone silently, her red ribbon as striking as when she first walked in Swabian Temple. At this time, she introduced herself to everyone with the famous line that we have at, we're at 2:21:34. The famous exposition dialogue from here.
So you're Ye Xingguang, the one who inherited the Qingming sword at a young age. I've heard that your talent really stands out among the younger generation of Yunque Summit, and that you might even be the most likely to become a Void Hunter.
Thank you, Song Tao, for telling us everything we needed to know about this character by screaming it to our faces. If you missed out on the previous stream, I basically spent 30 minutes talking about why I absolutely despise this line. It's really bad writing. Period. Only now, she seems weighed down by many unspoken thoughts.
Morning, Senior Xiaoguang.
Morning. Wait, why senior all of a sudden?
Oh, I was just thinking of when we first met. You really liked it when I called you Senior. Now that you don't have to keep your identity hidden, we might as well bring it back. It really suits you.
All right, Junior Bell.
Present, Senior Xiaoguang. I'd better keep Xiaoguang occupied and make sure she doesn't go off on her own until Ishan Shifu gets here.
Oh, more... Again, I think this is a case
Make
of...
sure she doesn't go off on her own until Ishan Shifu
Because
gets here.
the lip flaps are moving here, so I don't think they implemented them properly when they actually released it. So again, it's like, you had the lines, you just didn't have the audio? Like, you clearly had the audio, or else the lip flaps would
I'll
have
be
moved.
counting on.
The weather's really nice today. Want to go for a walk with me? Come to think of it, I've never shown you around before. I'm also not going to flip-flop between the actual game cutscenes that they release now and the video version. It's just going to take way too long if I do that.
Then I'll be counting on you as my guide.
Should we head out now? Need to prep anything? I've prepared some casual clothes for Xiaoguang based on Fairy's lifestyle preference analysis report. My bit rate's awful for some reason. It's been happening a little bit. It's just strange that my bit rate keeps dropping this frequently. I don't think there's much I can do about it, because I can't like reset the router, because that ends the stream. To be fair, you're not missing out on that much, because like, oh, the stream's getting choppy. I can't hear the audio. It's like, don't worry. You aren't hearing any audio. There's no audio to hear. Don't worry. Let's persuade her to change into clothes. It might lift her mood. Belle's first thought is to ask ChatGPT for dress recommendations. That is funny. To be fair, Fairy did introduce herself as, I'm going to recommend lifestyle choices for you for some reason. Huh? Casual right now? I was explaining to Xiaoguang though she's a bit shy, she nods gently and puts on this dress. After changing clothes, her eyes hold a mix of sweet awkwardness and a subtle hint of anticipation. I don't think I dropped any frames when I had my Ethernet unplugged. I'm gonna be honest. I think ever since I plugged this sucker in, my frames have only been getting worse. Let's try unplugging it, see what happens. Okay. I'm still around. I'm still alive. Oh, we're still dropping. We're climbing back up. We're dropping again, climbing back up. I don't think that made a real difference. Maybe it did. All right, I'll just continue. After changing clothes, Xiaoguang eyes... Wait, I already said that. Awkwardness and a subtle hint of anticipation. That dress looks great on you. I was worried it might seem too childish, not quite fitting for a senior. You look super sweet and approachable now. I appreciate this scene just a little bit. Because again, Ye Xiongguang's whole story is she's kind of been cooped up in the mountains and never allowed to leave and do stuff. So it's like when she's like, oh, you can wear a dress and go out and do normal people stuff. She's like, oh, what? I get to actually do that? Like, I can wear, like, normal clothes? I don't have to wear my Yunque Summit outfit? I can go out into the world and actually experience life? That's an important plot point that we will slowly address as the ending of this story approaches, which I think is, in theory, really interesting. I don't think they execute it very well. I can see what the writers are trying to get to, but I don't like how they do it. I think they really fumble that story. No, this scene is in 2.4. Romanoid. He even takes time to take a picture. That's funny. I'm dropping frames still. Unsurprisingly, unplugging my cord did not change much. I'm just going to plug it back in. Now we should be good. Not good as in like, okay. If it's choppy, I can't really do much about that. I apologize. Unless for some reason, other people in the house are using up all the data. I don't think that's the case. Yumcha Sin, from the looks of it, it's a pretty big tea house. She doesn't even know what this place is because she's never been outside. Want to check it out? Yeah, it's always packed. They've got all kinds of intel and the food's amazing. Want to check it out, Xiaoguang? Yes, please. I was at a banquet here before.
With some big shots, but between you and me, the food they served those VIPs wasn't nearly as good as their regular dishes.
Oh, really?
Sweetie's like, don't say that.
Oops. I hope no one heard that. Sweetie, how's it going? I hope business is booming. Got any recommendations today?
There's no Sweetie in season 3. We should be sad.
Another regular customer.
Oh no, there's not a hot NPC in season 3. Whatever will we do?
Sweetie, how's it going? I hope business is booming. Got any recommendations today?
Another regular customer. Welcome! Is this young lady a friend of yours? She's got the aura of a true connoisseur. Would you like to try our seasonal special?
I can faintly smell some osmanthus in the air. How lovely.
It is funny to hear Ye Xiongguang's VA press the wrong button, so you have to restart the video. It's funny to hear her talk about her voice lines that she's had to say, and it's like, oh my gosh, I had to say osmanthus cakes so many times. This is also the wrong video. Where'd it go? Wait, am I? Yeah, this is the one I want.
How lovely.
That would be our Moonvale Osmanthus cake, fresh out of the oven. They're made with the very first golden blossoms picked just this morning. Soft, sweet, melts in your mouth. I guarantee it's a taste you'll never forget. Osmanthus cakes always bring back memories of loved ones. This batch is limited.
Oh, these cakes bring back memories? Oh man, if only that was like an integral part of the character. If only we had a line addressing this. Like, we had two characters talking about why I love Osmanthus cake, if they bring back
our regular
memories.
customers. And you won't find it on the banquet menu.
So she heard us.
Osmanthus cake.
Well, would you like to try it? Osmanthus
Sure,
cake is
let's
also
try
used
it.
as a symbol of remembrance.
Remembrance? Oh my gosh. Honkai Star Rail Season 3? You don't say.
Xiaogong must be thinking about Senior Ye again. Sure. After smelling the aroma before we even walked in, how could we resist?
I'm getting my
Mystery made us
notepad
feel
out so I can
already
take
maybe want
notes
to eat some.
again.
I guarantee you'll be satisfied. We have seats upstairs. This way.
That's something I forgot to do in all of 2.3, and I was like, wait, I finished all of 2.3 and didn't take any notes. Because I want to release a wrap-up of here's what I think of each chapter, each chapter. Here are my overall thoughts on the season. Here's where things went well. Here's where things kind of flubbed a little. Where do I have it? Season 2, story bullet points. Let me open this up. Yeah, we can recover that. Oh, there are some other notes I forgot to take as well. Hold on a moment. Let's go look at the official Zenless page and again. If they didn't update this, okay, they did kind of update this. An emergency announcement. I guess I can react to these 3 or these 4 because I haven't done it yet, or these 5. There's one more. Sorry. Give me a moment here. I'm gonna take some notes real quick. Yue, and as part of her plan, Bean Lion and Boo Lion spoil 2.5. Yeah, Shengwang gets to go out in casual clothes for the first time ever. Osmanthus cakes. Symbols of remembrance. That's thematically important. Where were we? I think it was this. Nope, this one.
Ladies and
Come on, over here! Come take a look!
I did think this part of the story was interesting to hear the guy in the background talking about the story. I really liked that. I don't think they're going to listen to it. Then it's information we already kind of know. But I really enjoyed that. It was immersive. Their voice resonates through the air with powerful energy. Now, here's where I'm perfectly fine with the characters talking about Ye Xiongguang, the future Void Hunter, because it makes sense. He's a storyteller. It's his job to do world building for telling a story.
Reach the heavens themselves, standing shoulder to shoulder with the mighty Void Hunter.
That makes sense. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't need what's his name to come in and shout to the audience, "Oh my gosh, are you going to be the next Void Hunter?" It's like, you don't have to do that. You've been watching the UFC fight. I've been streaming for a while. But if you want to keep watching the UFC fight, that's fine. Don't let me stop you.
She's a true guardian of Wi-Fi, a living legend in our midst. But
The protagonist happens to be Xiao Guang? Is this gentleman really talking about me?
strength alone? Oh, no, no, no!
The storyteller recounts her tales at Yunquei Summit with great relish, my favorite condiment. Words flowing like a river, as if they'd been there to witness it all firsthand.
When it comes to the younger generation, no one can forget Yi Xuan Shuku's mischievous yet brilliant disciple, Ye Xuan Guang.
Like, that's the stuff that it makes sense to allow this guy to talk about it. I don't know why they felt compelled to let this random guy just shout it to the audience. Like, let this guy talk about it. It makes way more sense.
Now this young lady, Miss Xiao Guang, anyone want to guess her age? You'll never believe it.
Let's hurry and try those osmanthus cakes.
She inherited the legendary...
Storyteller still up on stage, talking up a storm, completely oblivious that the protag of his tale just ran off in panic. I think that's a characterization. Again, she's not used to ever being outside, so she has very limited contact with the outside world.
That key time got you persuaded him to really work?
You share the osmanthus cakes with Xiao Guang.
So, what do you think? I was gonna ask you the same. It's fragrant, sweet, and soft. Here, have a few more pieces. Osmanthus cake goes best with tea. The tea helps to cleanse the palate. I wonder if some memories are like tea leaves that drift to the bottom of the cup, sinking so deep that they never surface again.
Yeshun Guang has a conversation about memories.
Memories aren't like reflections in a teacup. Even when the tea leaves sink to the bottom, they can still float back up if something stirs them one day. Xiao Guang, what is it you're trying to say? It's nothing. It just feels like time's been slipping by so fast.
Miss, is the taste of our Moonvale osmanthus cake to your satisfaction? It's your first time here. I hope you'll forgive us if the service falls short.
You're too kind, Miss Sweetie. The cake is excellent. Sweet, but not cloying. The osmanthus fragrance blends beautifully without overwhelming the rice's natural flavor. It melts in the mouth and is baked the perfect amount of time to bring out both texture and aroma.
A true connoisseur. You've nailed it exactly.
Hardly. I just like making desserts myself every now and then. If I had to guess, in addition to fresh osmanthus preserved in honey, you added a touch of roasted sticky rice powder to the filling? It gives the texture a bit more spring. And at the end, did you add a sprinkle of candied kumquat peel? There's a light citrus note that lingers.
Whoa, spot on. The sticky rice powder keeps it tender but gives it structure.
This is also important for later. Yeshun Guang is aware of how to cook stuff. And that's kind of there's a scene we see later where she really struggles to cook anything for a very important reason. Here we see her talking very specifically about certain flavors.
If I had to guess, in addition to fresh osmanthus,
And she can taste them pretty well.
citrus note that lingers.
Whoa, spot on. The sticky rice powder keeps it tender but gives it structure. And the candied kumquat peel is the final flourish. You're a true gourmet, miss. Impressive. Very impressive. Young Justine always welcomes guests who appreciate the craft. Please, make yourself at home. I'll leave you two to it. Just call me if you need anything.
Xiao Guang, you even know all that? You're like an expert. I wouldn't call myself an expert.
Oh my gosh, the perfect girlfriend also knows how to cook? No way!
Senior Inu will cook back at Yunquei Summit.
The character that the story is begging you to be attracted to is also the perfect cook? No way! And she's been told to be a stay-at-home girl this entire time? That's crazy!
I thought it was fun, so I picked up a little here and there. Later, I started experimenting with some desserts of my own.
That's a
Watch
joke.
Senior Inu-
That's a joke. I'm kidding, but they actually do that. So it's like, on one hand, I'm joking. On the other hand, they actually did that. Oh my, I don't know anything about the big wide world out there. I just want to fall in love with someone and stay at home and cook food all day. That's not what the story does. I'm joking. That's a joke. That's a joke.
We'll cook back at Yunquei Summit. I thought it was fun, so I picked up a little here and there. Later, I started experimenting with some desserts of my own. But at first, the things I made were really something else. My brother, Shifu, Senior Fufu, and Senior Inhu all ended up as my first victims. My brother would always tease me, saying eating my desserts was part of his training, tempering the mind through hardship. Senior Ye is such a gentle person.
He must have been even more patient with you.
Yeah, he always looked out for me. Even though he was just a kid himself, he'd always give in to me, and he almost never got angry. He taught me so much. I still remember when I first arrived at Yunquay Summit. I was mischievous, made a big mistake, and just hid. I was too scared to face anyone. My brother was the one who found me.
More
He
stories
didn't
about
scold
her
me.
brother.
He just
And I think in this scene, it kind of makes sense for her to talk about it. It's her day off. I think it makes more scene than at the bridge, or more sense. I can't make, speaking of not making sense, it makes more sense for her to talk about this stuff now than when we're at the bridge.
asked. An elder at the end of his years, and a young man with his whole life ahead of him. If you could only save one of them, which do you choose? In a famine, a single bag of grain could keep a person alive, but a rare manuscript carries the wisdom of centuries. If only one can be preserved, which do you choose? And when facing a calamity, do you cling to safety and protect yourself? Or do you stand and fight to save others, even against impossible odds? Which do you choose?
Ugh, why did he ask such a difficult question? There's no clear answer.
Yeah. I was so young, I didn't know what to say, and it made me want to cry. Those questions felt cruel, like they were tearing my heart apart. But my brother said it wasn't about a clear answer. It was about seeing what you truly want to protect and understanding its weight. He told me that our parents always said, the hardest part isn't making the choice, it's living with it afterward. There's no perfect path in this world. Some choices are responsibilities we have to shoulder. When the time comes, be brave. Do what must be done, and you'll carve your way through the thorns onto your own path. I didn't fully understand what he meant back then. I'm not even sure if I do now.
He really put a lot of thought into what he said. I'm sure he'd be glad knowing you could reflect on it so calmly now.
I trust him, just as he trusts me. Right now, my brother has his own reasons for what he has to do. And I have my own reason for why I have to find him. Sorry, I've been rambling again.
You can always tell me these things. I'm your junior after all.
At times like this, you feel more like the senior. I've got to do better as your senior so that you can rely on me more. Like you said, you're my precious junior after all. That's a bit cheesy. I get it. But again, this is the first time she's actually like been able to do things in real life, not associated with the temple and with the Qingming sword at a mature age. Obviously, she could do stuff as a kid, but now she's an adult.
Let's talk about something more cheerful. Everyone's been working so hard lately. Banyue Shifu, Dylan, Ningqian, you, and the others at Swabian Temple. I want to thank everyone properly. What do you think about me putting together a thank you dinner and gathering everyone around the fire for the night?
That's a great idea. Everyone's been looking forward to your cooking. I'll let Dylan, Banyue Shifu, and Ningqian know right away. Once Senior Song Tao and the others are back from their investigation, I'll pass it on to them too.
Alright, it's about time I express my gratitude as I say nothing. You leave Yumcha Sin to go to Swabian Temple. Oh my gosh, it's our seniors. We got new intel. Let's talk to them.
Junior Bell, Xiaoguang!
You're back. Is everyone all right? Any progress in the investigation?
Don't worry, everyone's fine. We ran into a little trouble on the way, but we managed to find some leads.
Thank you, everyone. You've worked so hard.
Don't mention it. It's our duty as Swabian Temple disciples. Xiaoguang, I'm glad you're feeling better. Thanks to you, Junior Bell.
Thanks to all of you. Xiaoguang was just saying how hard you've all been working, and she wants to host a small thank you dinner at Swabian Temple tonight. She'll even do the cooking. She's planning to invite everyone for a cozy
Oh no,
evening
we
chat around
can't
the
go.
fire.
I think that's what it's.
A gathering by the fire, with Xiaoguang's cooking no less.
Yeah, my cooking isn't the greatest, but I hope you'll join us.
That's really thoughtful of you, Xiaoguang, but I'm afraid we can't
Yeah,
tonight.
they do say that.
Don't worry, we have good news. Thanks to the intel you gave us, we pinned down several key spots tied to the abnormal miasma fluctuations. We've even found leads
And
on
in
the
this
ancient-
conversation is more about, hey, we're going to tell you about the
Some
things that have
disciples have already
been
been stationed at
happening
the-
while. I actually do like this part where it's like, hey, we're going to go out and investigate because that's our job. We do that stuff. And then we're going to find some stuff and bring it back to you guys. So you guys can have the day off and actually, make sure you don't die using the almighty Dementia Sword.
mining site. The full report's been sent to Yishuan Shifu. She should be coming to Wi-Fi soon to help.
To ensure everyone's safety, we'll rotate disciples to guard the key locations, keeping a close watch for anything suspicious.
I
Xiaoguang,
appreciate
as the
this
wielder
part of
Qingming
the
sword,
world building,
your
if you
role is too
will.
important. Until Yushuan Shifu arrives, please, stay here in the temple and keep yourself safe. Leave the investigation to us. You guys take it easy tonight. When this is all over, we'll celebrate together properly, okay?
Yeah, remember, this is the Dialin and Banyue patch. To be fair, I think that it's okay to do as long as they are still primary characters in the story, but it feels like a lot of the time, it's like, oh man, we had some really cool moments for Banyue and Dialin, and then the game kept throwing Ye Xiongguang in the middle of the conversation. Be like, oh my gosh, this reminds me of this story. And it's like, can I please have a conversation with Banyue first, please?
But come on now, don't feel bad. This was everyone's choice. We all have something we want to protect. Waifei Peninsula.
It's not necessarily bad, it's just odd.
Our disciples? Only when you're safe, Xiaowang, can we carry out our mission without worry. Protecting you is protecting the future for all of us. So now, how about a smile?
Okay, I understand.
That's better. We'll get Bowline and go switch shifts with the others now. See you later.
They all head off in full spirits.
Don't worry, Xiaogong. We're finally starting to see some progress. That's a good sign.
Yeah, let's head back too. I still need to figure out what to cook tonight.
Takes her first steps towards Swabian Temple. Her back straight and steady. The setting sun casts a long shadow behind her, echoing the tangled feelings in her heart. Meanwhile, in an unassuming corner of Phylum Heights, Dylan and Zhao are exchanging intel.
Here, the intel on Sarah. Grew up in an orphanage near a hollow. When the place got shut down by the city, she vanished for a few years, then reappeared for a couple months before disappearing again. The next time she showed her face publicly,
And now we're
she was
giving some exposition about Banyue's backstory, which I think is fair because you have no other way of knowing about this stuff.
already moving under the banner of the Exaltists.
Vanished for a few years?
Here's where it gets interesting. Word is, during those few months when she reappeared, she stormed into
Sorry,
Hand
this isn't about
headquarters multiple
Banyue. This is
times,
about Sarah.
insisting
I was thinking about the wrong. Here's intel on Sarah. I wasn't listening. I was
orphanage near a hollow.
writing notes
When the
down.
place got shut down by the city, she vanished for a few years, then reappeared for a couple months before disappearing again.
Aw, man. I know they're telling us all about this backstory, but certainly we're going to have a really interesting character arc with this character, right? There's no way they have this character built up over the course of 2 seasons to just do nothing. Surely they don't do that.
The next time she showed her face publicly, she was already moving under the banner of the Exaltists.
Vanished for a few years?
Here's where it gets interesting. Word is, during those few months when she reappeared, she stormed into Hand headquarters multiple times, insisting she was part of some special investigation squad under HSO.
But they were wiped out all in an instant.
But Hand said no such squad ever existed. No record of her anywhere either.
Huh. A ghost squad that doesn't exist? When you spend your days fielding customer complaint calls, little stories like that are the highlight of the shift. And stories like that always go one of 2 ways. Either the woman lost her mind, or the squad's whole purpose was to be buried from the start.
So you think there's something fishy here too?
Just a guess. I would dare. Not going to spread slander against the city administration. If this info doesn't really help us with that, we're trying to find out. This info doesn't really help us with what we're trying to find out. With what? Not with that. Like, what? With that, we're trying to find out? That's not
Fair
it.
enough. A woman forever without a place to belong, falling into some delusion's embrace. A textbook tragic story. Nothing worth dwelling on. What is worth our attention is the creator she clings to. More and more signs point to something hidden in the hollow that we don't understand yet. I've already reported to the boss. We'll just have to wait for orders before making our next move. Oh, I need to remind you of something else. The higher-ups know about the abnormal miasma fluctuation, too. They don't want Waifei Peninsula destroyed. There's too much value here. Which means this mess is also part of your job now.
Those old minute tops really know how to hand out impossible missions. This was supposed to be a simple recovery job. Without me even realizing, I've been saddled with another thankless task.
I've already found out that the array described in the ancient tome dates back over 100 years, built to suppress miasma. You're welcome, by the way. The array works by absorbing miasma. You just need to pour a large amount of ether energy into the core.
And this also makes sense that, like, Tops is, like, the super company that we have. Zhao has intel about this sort of stuff that no one else does.
But what most people don't know is, to keep the ethereal sealed inside from breaking loose, the array raises a barrier that traps whoever activates it. Which means anyone who becomes the key is essentially sacrificing themselves.
Ye Xuyan's parents once investigated the array, and he knows far more than his sister. Now it seems the secret lies deep within the old mining site. Could Sarah be planning to make Ye Xuyan the key? Ventriloquist style in over here.
It's not impossible. That means there's another way for your mission to kill two birds with one stone. I'm sure you've already thought of it.
What if you find the array with them and get Banyue to become the key, use it to activate the array, suppress miasma, and in doing so, drain its power dry?
Then, when you can't hold out any longer, you step in and take its core. Simple as that. And that girl, Yeshuan Guang, I can tell you've taken a liking to her, even if you won't admit it. So, why not? You'd be protecting a brother while you're at it. What's wrong? You're hesitating?
No, it's just, as the one responsible for retrieving the core, I have to make absolutely sure it's secure.
Remember, the orders were clear. If recovery fails, destroy it on the spot. Unless you've got other concerns. Or should I say, excuses? Don't tell me that fighting alongside him these past few days has caused you to have a change of heart. Now you feel sympathy towards him?
Sympathy? I don't waste sympathy on living humans, let alone on a killing machine that couldn't even pass a forbidden fruit test.
Exactly, a killing machine. Whatever name it goes by now, it was created as a weapon of indiscriminate slaughter to suppress the miasma. Its nature won't change. Diane, as a Krampus judge, don't forget that.
Judging me with sentimental nonsense? You really do underestimate me, don't you, Senior Chow? I'm just thinking the whole suppressing miasma angle might be a smokescreen. If the miasma in Limnian Hollow is actually receding, where's it going? Also, I heard another name from the dead at the old mining site. One that's been coming up a lot these past few days. Looks like someone else wants Banyue gone. More desperately than we do.
What do you mean? Who?
That's a secret for now, because I won't tell you. For now, though, I won't let him die so easily. Not until I figure out who's trying to use us, at least. If we're going to dispose of him, it should be on our terms. Like, oh, that's very controlling. That's why these guys are like, they are not quite antagonists, but they're definitely not on our side. They have their own agenda. Like, we kind of want to kill Banyue, but we like to figure out why this other group wants to kill him too before we kill him. And as for Bailin's truth that Bailin, that's not it. As for Banyue's truth that I'm after, I'll give him a final choice, one with no room for lies or cover-ups. Banyue, you can you are allowed to live, but you must have a 14-day banner. Oh, I accept your terms as it is due punishment for my crimes. Fireside gathering is prepared. Let's go check out everyone here. 12 days. That's right. I'm sorry. A 12-day banner. At the table, warm orange charcoal flames dance in the small stove, roasting and making fruits and nuts sizzle and crackle. The cozy aroma fills the air as their edges turn into an enticing golden crisp. The aroma of fragrant tea wafts from the russet clay pot, while plump char siu buns glisten with amber oil. The plate of meticulously arranged osmanthus cake stands like a quiet gesture of thoughtfulness, especially captivating to the eye.
Please come this way.
It is funny that like half the people at this feast are machines.
There's something I want to discuss with you.
What is it, Banyue Shifu?
It's Xiaoguang. She has a lot on her mind. By hosting the dinner tonight, I fear she's already come to a decision of her own. The abnormal miasma fluctuation is strange, and the road ahead will likely be perilous. I don't want to see her walk into danger. She seems to place great trust in you. If it's your advice, she might listen. Could I trouble you to speak with her again and persuade her to stay here in the temple and keep herself out of danger? That would be the safest course.
Okay, I'll try to talk to her again. But Banyue Shifu, I've been thinking, treating Xiaoguang like she's a fragile piece of glass to be sheltered away, is that really what's best for her? The Qingming Sword, the rest of us, we should be the ones to protect her. But more often than not, we've been holding her back.
The Qingming Sword is unlike any other weapon. That's why you're the only one I can bring this to.
My, oh my. What a touching request.
What a suspicious thing to say, dial in. Banyue's like, can you, like, the way she's handling herself, she's probably going to do something, like, life-altering. Can you, like, make sure she doesn't do that? And we're like, oh, but why? Doesn't she have, like, hyper magic powers? Why can't she just do everything. Ban Yui's like, there's a very good reason for that I won't tell you. With a voice laced in barbs and a half smile that doesn't reach her eyes, Dylan cuts into the conversation.
But tell me, Ban Yue Shifu, don't you think your words sound especially cruel when talking about someone your algorithms once deemed as expendable, while you stood by and watched her parents consumed by the miasma? Looks like you didn't know that yet, huh, Proxy? Allow me to introduce our oh-so-gentle, reliable Ban Yue Shifu. His codename is Purge Unit Type 0, one of TOPS' secret machines built for suppressing miasma. And by suppressing, the most efficient way was, of course, indiscriminate slaughter. Before he put on this harmless, good guy facade, he was TOPS' sharpest, most merciless killing machine. After a botched mission, TOPS discarded him, left him to rot in the hollow. Somehow, someone picked him up and patched him back together, so he could wear the guise of something less monstrous, hiding among people. People trusted him, relied on him, even treated him as a companion with a heart.
This is a bit awkward for Dylan just be saying, I'm going to expose everything about Ban Yui's backstory right now. It's like, why exactly? I feel like this could be handled a little bit better, like a little bit less clunky. I feel like we could have a real back and forth here. Or like have the conversation with Ban Yui listening away from us.
When the miasma outbreak consumed the old mining site, he stood by and watched countless lives swallowed whole.
Like, I feel like there should be more to this conversation. It's like, nope, Dylan, just go off on your tangent.
And Xiaoguang's parents were among them. Back when you went to Silum Bay looking for survivors. Why do you think those people reacted to Ban Yue with such outrage, such hatred? Ban Yue Shifu, is this all true?
The marks from the past can't be erased. That much is certain.
The past? Such a tidy word for confession. Then tell me, back then, when you failed to save those people, was it because of your so-called algorithmic logic? Suppress the miasma at all costs. The absolute order that made you treat human life like it was nothing. Does it still run somewhere deep in your core? That kind, gentle mask you wear, is it real? Or is it just a performance for us and for your own conscience, so you can forget the blood on your hands even for just a moment? Silence. The reply I hate the most. I don't even know anymore. Am I speaking to a remorseful person trying to atone, or to a machine that couldn't even pass the forbidden fruit test? Am I just wasting my breath?
A suffocating silence hangs in the air until Xiaoguang's bright voice cuts through the icy tension. Hooray!
Ah, there you are. Ban Yue Shifu, could you give me a hand? This old stove is the bane of my...
I'll be right there.
Of your what? The bane of your what? Ban Yue leaves, his back still like a mountain, his steps steady and unshaken.
Relax. I have no intention of telling Xiaoguang about the past. It would only breed hatred and chaos. Krampus wants something from Ban Yue. The simplest way to get it would have been to tell Xiaoguang outright. Let her despise him, resent him, or put him to use. Make him the key. Key? According to the ancient tome, to activate the array and suppress the miasma, all you need is a powerful, ever-flowing ether energy source placed in the center of the array. He fits the bill, doesn't he? Once a killing machine, an energy monster in his own right. Sacrificing a machine that failed the forbidden fruit test to secure Wi-Fi Peninsula's peace? Perhaps that makes the guilt easier to bear for everyone.
Oh no! Let's hope they don't do that. No way!
But now,
But why now? Dylan, why are you telling me all this? Those things you said before about the truth. Don't tell me you're deliberately trying to guilt-trip Ban Yue Shifu into...
Whether he truly has a heart or not, his actions will give me the answer. I told you, there's a truth about him I need to verify. If he wants to kill himself, I'll let him live.
To drive everything hidden, false, or twisted into the light. To reach the end of truth. No matter the cost, no matter the means. Proxy, a word of advice. No matter how harsh the truth, it's still better than drowning in a sweet, comforting lie.
Oh my gosh, Ban Yue, it's punishment time! Ha 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 ha!
You're not wrong about that. But Dylan, why not trust what you've seen and heard yourself these past few days? How can you be so sure that the things you've just revealed aren't distorted versions of the truth, carefully crafted to serve someone else's agenda? What if the path you're walking is just a detour, one laid out by others to lead you to their version of the truth?
You're not as naive as you look, Phaethon. I'll keep your warning in mind. As for Ban Yue, don't worry. I won't do anything before the final evaluation is complete. That scrapheap can remain as Ban Yue Shifu for now.
What those two just said, I need time to sort through all this. I should talk to Xiaoguang.
Xiaoguang?
What is it?
Hungry already? Just wait a little longer. It'll be ready soon.
You're hosting this gathering because you've already made up your mind, haven't you?
Snap.
Figures. You saw right through me.
It was Banyue. I didn't. We didn't have any foresight. Banyue's like, yeah, she's definitely planning something.
I really was planning to be honest with you, just like I said I would. Last night, after you'd all gone to bed, I found this under the door.
She pulls out a note. Its edges crumpled from having been crushed in someone's hand. Then carefully smooth out
I
again.
found a way to break the connection between you and the Qingming Sword. The power of the Creator is beyond imagination. Deep within the place we once knew lies the key to awakening them.
It is strange that he comes at night and there's like, we don't have anyone on guard to catch him this time. Obviously, we saw Sarah in the city, so it kind of makes sense that he was around too because they're together. But like, he just walked in, left a note, and walked out. No one noticed. None of the dogs were on patrol. A show wasn't on patrol. I think that's his name.
In the days to come, my wish will finally come true. No matter the price I have to pay, Xiaowang, you will be free.
This letter, it looks like it's from Senior Ye.
I do have to say, I think we will get more into 2.5 as well. I think Ye's character arc and his story is really compelling. At first glance, the handwriting looks like my brother's, but it's missing some habits like he always had in his strokes. And then there's the content itself. Yeah, Senior Ye might not even know you're in Wi-Fi right now, and he suddenly sent you a letter?
Given how much he cares about you, even if he did decide to do this, there's no way he'd ever tell you. This note looks like...
It looks like it's trying to lure me there. I know my bond with the Qingming Sword more than anyone. Breaking it isn't something that can be done so easily.
I forgot, again, don't spoil this, I forgot if this is actually his real letter or a setup by someone else.
Back when I was chosen by the sword, my brother didn't know about its side effects. He was genuinely happy for me. He ruffled my hair, eyes shining, and said, "You're amazing, Xiaoguang. From now on, your big brother will have to rely on you." I knew what he was really happy about. That I could finally be accepted, have a real place in Yunquei Summit. A new home. But then, when he learned the truth about the Qingming Sword, and what happened to the wielders before me...
Uh-oh. That sounds motivational. That sounds like it would compel characters to do things. That's the reason, one of the reasons I really like Ye Xiongguang. His actions in the story are rooted in have a deep, what's the right phrase for this? His actions in the story stem from a deep personal a desire, maybe not desire is not the word, but like a root belief that like a core belief. And you can tell like his core belief causes him to do things, and that moves the plot along. It's not just I'm going to do something random and then a story will come after that. It's no. I want to prevent this one event from happening, and therefore my actions as a result of that are going to lead in this direction.
Too cruel for him.
When we received the news that our parents really had passed, he held back his tears. He didn't want me to be even more afraid. But the day he found out the fate of the sword's wielders, my brother, who had never shown weakness before, broke down in front of me, crying and saying he was sorry, over and over. In the end, with his eyes red and fists clenched, he kept repeating it again and again, not just to me, but to himself, that there had to be a way.
I think this scene where Ye Xiongguang was talking about her brother, I think this one works really well. I really appreciate this scene as well. I think there's a way, maybe we could like pace it a bit better, but overall, I do appreciate this scene.
And that he would find it.
I like the way this is told. It's how Ye Xiongguang is telling us how she views her brother reacting to it, and I appreciate that kind of storytelling.
Had to be a way, and that he would find it. That way became his obsession for years. He even hid from me and Shifu that he was experimenting with forbidden techniques, trying to shift the Qingming Sword side effects onto himself instead.
Onto himself?
Thank goodness Shifu caught it in time. That was the first time I'd ever seen her so angry. Not at the forbidden techniques, but at my brother for putting himself in danger.
I wonder why. Oh my gosh, Yixuan did something.
That he would find it.
We confront I'm writing notes. A secret letter, brother, from her brother. Tells us her why he acts the way he does, his core belief and desires. Cool.
That way became his obsession for years. He even hid from me and Shifu that he was experimenting with forbidden techniques, trying to shift the Qingming sword side effects onto himself instead.
Onto himself?
Thank goodness Shifu caught it in time. That was the first time I'd ever seen her so angry. Not at the forbidden techniques, but at my brother for putting himself in danger. She didn't punish him. She just let out a long sigh, placed a hand gently on his shoulder, and sat with him under the cold moon for the entire night.
Maybe only Yixuan Shifu, who has endured loss and shouldered her own share of burdens, could truly understand Senior Ye's state of mind back then. That heavy weight he was carrying.
Yeah. After that day, my brother promised her he would never let his obsession ruin him. Not
This is a scene. I'm going to say it right now. I do appreciate her telling us this backstory, but this is one scene I think we really needed to see. I think this would have been a really beautiful, really gut-wrenching scene to see it play out. I am really sad we didn't get to see it.
himself in danger. She didn't punish him. She just let out a long sigh.
People say that Yixuan has no personality. Well, that's because the time she's given personality, it's like, yeah, she did this thing once a while ago. Well, I'll just tell you about it. We're not going to show you. Like, no, please, she's funny. She has a personality. I promise you. Just show it to us, please.
Cold moon for the...
This is some real character development. Where's the character? Show her to us, please. It's funny. Yixuan such a compelling character. He brings out Yixuan's personality even more. Like, yes, the fact that you have shared trauma of your sibling dying of the evil dementia sword. That's a really interesting story angle. Please, can we see it?
Maybe only Yixuan Shifu, who has endured loss and shouldered her own share of burdens, could truly understand Senior Ye's state of mind back then.
This would be a really compelling and emotional scene. I wish we could have seen it.
That heavy weight he was carrying.
Yeah.
Between the characters. Like, we need, if only 2.5 had a conversation between Yixuan and Yixuan. If only. It'd be crazy if that happened.
That day, my brother promised her he would never let his obsession ruin him. Not even for my sake. Shifu poured her heart and soul into crafting the Qingming Sword's case after her older sister passed away. With it, as long as I keep training in seclusion and reinforcing the seal, I can live like an ordinary person. But even with the sword case's protection, Shifu and my brother have always been so careful with me. Of course, I understand why. Every part of the seal carries Shifu's lingering pain from her past, and the fear my brother hides deep inside his heart has never really gone away. That's why, this time, I have to go. My sanity tells me that even when despair first struck, my brother never thought about sacrificing others for my safety. He tried to shoulder the side effects of the Qingming Sword himself. I don't believe that the person who made that choice back then would now throw himself into the Creator's arms just because of me. So there must be something else he's trying to do.
I believe in Senior Ye too.
But I can't stop the terrible thoughts from creeping into my head. Trap or not, a path of no return or not, I can't let him face that danger alone. I have to stand beside him. I know it's reckless and dangerous. But with you, I don't always have to be so sensible. I want to choose my own path, to take on the responsibility that's mine to bear. So, since you can't stop me, hide it for me one more time, please?
Just like you hid my identity last time.
I'm not here to talk you out of this. I'm here to make a promise as your companion, not a declaration as your protector. Whether it's into the abyss or toward the light, Xiaoguang, let me be your trusted companion, your proxy, and walk with you to the other side of this path.
Why is it that words this heavy can still make my heart feel so warm? Why does it make me so happy? I almost want to cry.
Come on now. You should save those tears for when we find your brother. Right now, we promised that tonight would be nothing but joy and laughter, remember?
Right. Then
We have another
I'll go check
hour
out
and a
the
half.
desserts.
We can do
There's
this.
still so many tasty flavors I want to share with you.
And also, there's a lot of combat we can skip. The scent of spices follow her light, determined steps, quickly filling the small courtyard. The fire crackles warm and bright, its orange glow flickering into the deepening night, as if to burn this fleeting moment of warmth and togetherness into even brighter, even fiercer. Let's get started now.
All right, everything's ready. A special thanks to Lion, Eos, and Banyue Shifu for helping me out. No way I could have handled all this on my own. Ooh, try this, Dylan. I added extra honey, just the way you like it.
Oh, you even figured out I've got a sweet tooth, huh? How thoughtful of you. Hey, Lion, look at your paws. They're all greasy. You can't eat.
Yes, he can.
Or Spark's gonna turn you into a grilled lion head. Crispy outside, tender inside. Oops, my bad. I forgot we've got another lion head sitting right here.
Banyue Shifu, would you like to try a chasuyu bun? I remember you're not fond
You
of
should
oily
wipe your
foods,
hands though,
so I
but like
followed
you
Sir
can't
Ing Hu's
just because
recipe
you
and
have
added a bit
dirty
of
hands doesn't
dried
mean you
ginger to
can't.
marinate.
It's
To
just,
cut the
you
richness.
probably shouldn't
Do you
do
like
it.
it?
It's perfect.
I'm glad everyone likes them. They're nothing fancy, just some home-style cooking.
Xiaoguang, you're too modest. With skills like this, you could open a restaurant of your own. The balance of sweet and savory, the juiciness. It takes me back to a taste I haven't had since childhood.
Xiaoguang, your cooking makes me feel all warm and full of energy.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've had a feast like this.
Though I have to say, compared to the way you nearly scorched the bottom of the pot earlier, stomping your feet in panic, you sure got your fast, Xiaoguang.
Dylan, we agreed not to bring that up. That old stove's impossible to handle. The flames keep flaring up and dying down. Luckily, Banyue Shifu's here.
Yeah, Banyue Shifu, the fire agent.
Anyway, since we're all here, why don't we sit by the fire and chat for a bit?
Oh, chatting? I love chatting. What should we chat about?
Let me think. Oh, I know. Everyone share something funny or embarrassing that's happened to you recently. Dylan, you first.
The hearth crackles and flickers with flames. Laughter, playful teasing, and the clink of dishes and cups are woven together into a rare chorus of carefree buzz. As Dylan sits next to someone she's actively trying to kill. And Banyue's like, yeah, I'm fine with that. And Dylan's like, yeah, I might end up killing myself in what we're about to do. Woohoo! We're all happy. And, what's his name? Ning Qian? Ning Qian's like, I'm also going to kill Banyue. There's a lot of malicious. There are lots of murderous intents. Lots of not so helpful. How do I say this? They're having a happy moment for characters that probably should not be having happy moments. It is a moment of levity in the story. I get it. We kind of need that.
Wow, look. After all that goofing around, the stars almost look brighter, don't they? One year, my brother, Senior Fuko, and I went to release lanterns together on a mountain behind Junquei Summit. It was a blustery day, and the wind was so strong we couldn't even get the lanterns lit. I remember stomping around in frustration. Eventually, I just tossed the lantern aside and lay on the grass. But when I looked up, I saw the starry sky, each star shining brighter than any lantern. My brother said that the stars are the best kind of lantern to carry your wishes. I wonder, what did I wish for back then? Feels like it's been ages since I had a moment like that. No thoughts, no worries, just gazing at the stars and having a quiet conversation.
Everyone's listens silently. Meanwhile, the Qingyin sword case shimmers. Choices, such cruel things. Once made, they're like stones cast into a lake. Ripples pushing you forward as they spread. Dude, drink some water. You need to sober up, dude. Looking back, those ripples already turned into a tidal wave. There's no turning back now. Yeah, he's drunk. Get him out of here. Get into bed. Night, night. Ning Chin seems a bit drowsy, mumbling incoherent, fragmented words under his breath. I mean, those sounded like complete sentences. I don't care enough to read to go after all this dialogue. As long as they chat with Xiao Guang, I think that's fair. It's so much fun being with everyone. Tonight, I'm definitely going to have sweet dreams. Sweet dreams are made of these. Finally, some peace and quiet. No endless customer complaints, no paperwork, no urgent messages, and none of those voices. Oh man, Dylan can no longer hear the voices in her head. Just sitting here, looking at the fire, gazing at the stars, just chilling out like this. Yeah, not bad at all. Her expression held an unusual calmness. Seems like the perfect moment to ask those questions she'd normally dodge. Her dodge counter is actually pretty good. Physical. Yeah, look at this sucker. It's pretty good. It's all right for what it is. I mean, you're not going to use it that much, but it's all right. It's better than Ambi's. Because it's fun watching people get tongue-tied when I fire back. And because when talking to a living person, no matter what I say, I'll always get a response. It could be an angry demand, a helpless sigh, or even a dumber follow-up question, but whatever it is, it's at least some kind of response. Unlike in the Hollow, where you can only listen, endless listening to those voices of the dead. Listening to their resentment, their regrets, their pleas, but they're forever unable to truly respond to anything, or accept any true response. No matter how much you say, what you say, whoops. It's just like a stone falling into a deep well. Not even an echo can be heard. That feeling after a while makes you wonder if you've become part of the silence, too. All right, it's getting late and cold. Time to go home. No more existential thoughts from me. I'm gonna go to bed. Dialing gets existential about stuff. Finally, peace and quiet. But it's about to end. Tomorrow's gonna be another troublesome day, huh?
You aren't planning to use me to activate the array, are you?
No need to test me. I already told you. You'll
We
stand
got right
with
to the
me.
point. It's like, hey, did you just bring me along to kill me?
You aren't planning to use me to activate the array, are you?
Like, hey, were you planning to kill me? Because I'm not up for that.
No need to test me. I already told you. You'll stand with me before the creator. As for activating the array, there is another candidate.
It is odd that Sarah's like, yeah, I need you to stand right next to me. The guy who just joined my cult and is by no means and is absolutely the last guy in the world to have other motivations for helping me do this thing.
You already know where the array is, the creator's location. When will the summoning begin?
Patience. Timing is like a seed buried deep in the soil.
Oh
You
my
can't
gosh,
simply will it this
Sarah, with the timing is like a seed buried deep in the soil. I get it. You could just say, just wait a bit. Calm down, Sarah. If only you could put this much effort into your backstory, into your own backstory.
It needs the appropriate nourishment and the right season to break through the earth. So we wait. Wait until the keys chosen by the creator are all in place.
She tilts her head slightly as if listening to whispers carried by the wind, or perhaps savoring the urgency in Yeshuan's voice. The corners of her lips curve upwards, her smile laced with anticipation and cold calculation. Nothing could possibly go wrong for this character. Sounds like a commotion outside. Better check. Uh-oh.
Senior Sunpo? What's going on? We'll get you patched up right away.
No, don't worry about me. Listen, last night, sometime after midnight, the miasma at the old mining site suddenly erupted. The other disciples are all trapped there now. Many of them are severely wounded.
Val, we don't have time to wait for Shifu and the others.
Got it. Then let's get going. Wise, we'll lead Senior Sun Pao to you and Lion.
We'll take care of him. Eels will be waiting for you there. I'll go tell Banyu Shifu and Dylan. Remember, Belle, Xiaoguang needs to be careful with the sword.
Relax, Junior Wise. I promised Val I wouldn't break the seal lightly. Don't forget, I'm pretty strong. Even without the Qingming sword, I'll do my best to keep everyone safe. This is the perfect time for me to show how reliable a senior I can be.
Before we step out of Swabian Temple, Dylan comes rushing in with more news.
I know most of what happened now. The issue is, I can't reach Banyue.
Huh? Could Banyue Shifu be planning to face everything alone after what Dylan said yesterday?
Ning Qian's also missing. The timing of the miasma eruption can't be a coincidence. And his disappearance only confirms my suspicions. Something isn't right.
Your suspicions? What did you dig up this time, Dylan?
Remember when I told you that I heard a familiar name among the voices of those dying in the mine's old residential area? That name was Ning Qian.
Ning Qian? Were his relatives among the victims back then?
When the disaster hit the old mining site, Banyue left many to die, including Ning Qian's sister.
Those Banyue turned away.
Proxy, there's no point in hiding anything from her at this point, right?
Xiaoguang, this is what happened.
So, Ning Qian concealed his past and joined Banyue's school to get close to him. I found out that he contacted Sarah before he first met us. No wonder more clues somehow always appear the moment we thought the trail was about to go cold. That's Sarah. She must have used the hatred in his heart to strike some sort of deal with him. Us meeting the Exaltus remnants, discovering the ancient tome, and learning of the array. None of that was random. Looks like that woman has been secretly orchestrating these seemingly logical events.
This is a bit of a stretch for me. Because the only reason we really know about this is because we saw miasma. We saw images in the miasma that were recreating a conversation between Sarah and Yeshu Yen. Even though we know for a fact, miasma 1000% will just make up random nonsense because it wants you to believe a lie. It wants to tell you something you already want to hear. And yet we're like, no, for sure, 1000%, there is 0% possibility that what we are seeing right now is not the truth. And it's like, why in the world would you ever believe that? It's a miasma projection. There is almost a 0% chance this actually happened. But nope, we just have to believe it because there's no other way we can convey this to the reader. Like, okay, fine. That's not good. That's really dumb, but okay.
I got an investigation report on Ning Qian this morning. He said goodbye to his neighbors and friends at the martial arts school. The way he
I'll let you. I appreciate you doing the joke in chats. I'll let you do that.
spoke made it sound like he was leaving on a long trip and might never see them again.
Never see them again? Does that mean he's out to take revenge?
That seems to be the most likely possibility. The recent miasma eruption that led Banyue to investigate was probably meant to lure him into opening the ancient array.
So that note I received?
Was it a setup to exploit Banyue Shifu's guilt toward Xiaoguang and the others? He tried to keep her safe and stop Senior Ye from activating the array, which made it the perfect bait to draw him in.
That's just the tip of the iceberg. I suspect the array and the ancient tome, and even the part about the key to quell miasma, were nothing more than tricks to keep him chasing. It might all be Sarah's handiwork. Think about it. Using powerful ether energy to activate the array and purify the miasma? If the array is used to absorb a large amount of ether energy in miasma, then where will all that power go? Miasma in Limnian Hollow is abnormally receding. Where is it flowing to? What else is behind the residential building in the mines?
In that voice in the hollow, we still don't know why only Banyue and I could hear it. Speaking of voices we can't hear, it's clear that the voice been trying to use my memories to plant doubts in my mind. So what exactly is hiding behind that voice? Trying to influence me and Banyue that only the two of us can hear. That's why we can't hear her. It's only a voice those two can hear. Again, her lips are moving, so it's like they had the dialogue, but they didn't like put it in here properly. Based on Sarah's actions, it's most likely that the miasma in our power is or will be directed for a special purpose.
Sustaining that creator who is soon to descend.
It's interesting that the story is basically saying Banyue is a battery who will power the creator's return. Like, is Banyue like creator level then? Like, he has enough energy to power up the creator to turbocharge it?
That's true. And even if the array once had its use, it's definitely not some world-saving miracle anymore. Instead, it's an energy pool gathering strength for the creator's descent.
Does that make him Void Hunter level?
Jin, no matter how much he knows about what's actually happening, he's already become.
Oh, Void Hunter's just a title, I know, but they use it for power
Someone
levels in
else's
this
pawn.
game.
I know I don't have the right to forgive Banyue Shifu on his behalf, or erase the hatred he carries in his heart. But even if I don't remember him as a child anymore, I know from the time we've spent together that the kindness he showed us was genuine.
So, what about you? As things stand, what do you think of Banyue? Have you made up your mind?
My mind was already clear, ever since we left the Hollow and stepped on the bridge that connects my old home to the outside world. Amidst all the chaos, that figure silently rushed out, carrying my brother and me over the bridge. The only hands that we could reach in that terrible abyss, the only person who held us, as sturdy as a mountain, was Banyue Shifu.
Huh? Xiaoguang, did you remember something?
Yes, Banyue Shifu never mentioned it.
She remembered something? That's crazy! Let me read that one more time.
Sturdy as a mountain was Banyue Shifu.
I'm pretty sure that was kind of obvious. I thought
That figure silently rushed out, carrying my brother and me over the bridge.
it wasn't technically confirmed back then, but it was pretty obvious.
The only person who held us, as sturdy as a mountain, was Banyue Shifu.
Huh? Xiaoguang, did you remember something?
Yes, Banyue Shifu never mentioned it. He saved my brother and me all those years ago. He looked after us, sent us to Yunquay Summit, gave us a better home. No matter what kind of past he carries on his shoulders, or what strict cold rules he adheres to, how could I erase such kindness? And now his guilt has driven him into danger for us again. Dylan, Belle, I'm going to bring Banyue Shifu and my brother back.
Now that's the spirit of the Qingming Sword successor. You're set on dragging them back from the abyss. Then let's get going. Before that scrap heap gets turned into actual
It is
scrap,
interesting
and
how
before
they
your
are
brother and Ningqian make any
they are weaponizing Banyue's compassion and kindness. I think that is a very interesting angle for the story to take.
irreversible mistakes.
Dylan!
I knew you were a good person.
All right, stop it, you two.
A choice I forced Banyue to make last night. I never thought the answer I wanted would come so soon, so simple. Using truths whispered by the dead to expose the lies of the living, that is a standard by which I enact judgment. But this time, I want to use the words of the dead to gift a truth to the living. Banyue gazes at Ning Chuan for a long time. That's interesting. I don't know why you needed to tell us that. I think this is the part of the story where it really picks up, where now we're actually getting into like we've been doing a lot of setup for this payoff. Probably a bit too much setup with the wrong characters, no offense. A bit too much setup that was not really necessary. And now we're finally getting to the real payoff. It's like, oh my gosh, we have to go stop Banyue from being used and dying.
Must have delivered the message to you. Is he okay?
Don't worry, Senior Qingyuan. He'll be okay. But he told us that our fellow disciples from Swabian Temple were trapped by miasma. How did you manage to break free?
It was Banyue Shifu. Somehow the sealed gate was opened last night. Some disciples went in to explore, but shortly after, a wave of active miasma came and swept everyone away, leaving us trapped in different places. Later, just as we were about to give up hope, Banyue Shifu came and saved everyone. After he found a safe place for us, he turned and went in deeper. From the look on his face, I could tell that it wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He seemed as if he had long made up his mind to go in there.
Did he say anything before he left?
He said that human forces could no longer stop this chaos and that he needed to find another way, so he went to investigate the source. He also said some strange things, heavy words. I don't know if they were meant for us or if he was just talking to himself.
Heavy words? What do you mean?
He said, to walk this world is as to depart one's home for distant shores. When debts of old weigh heavy, they press not upon thy steps alone, but cast thy companion stumbling in the dust beside thee. He also said,
I need to write all that down. This is a really good quote. To walk this road is as to depart once home for distant shores. When doubts of old weigh heavy, they press not upon thy steps alone, but cast thy companions stumbling in the dust beside thee. The thee is really important.
cast thy companion stumbling in the dust beside thee. He also said something like, I shall make the burden lighter, my own and far more for my companions. This debt must be paid.
Just as I suspected.
I thought it sounded strange at the time.
One more time. I shall make the burden lighter. Lighter? He's here?
This debt must be paid.
I think, again, these are words I would have loved to hear Banyue himself say. But I think it's fine for another character to tell us those words. I just think that scene itself would also be really interesting to see for ourselves. Nothing wrong with being told about the scene, but it's a scene I would love to have been a part of, or like to see ourselves, because we already have glimpses of seeing what characters who are not anywhere close to Belle and Wise are doing. We just had a cutscene with Sarah and Ye Shiyin. So of course we don't have to be there to see it, but like, man, I would love to have seen this.
This debt must be paid.
Just as I suspected.
I thought it sounded strange at the time. I wanted to help him, but I was injured. There wasn't much I could do. I was worried, so I insisted he take Bolian along. Shortly after he left toward the source of the miasma, we heard a loud noise. Then, the miasma that was trapping everyone appeared to be drawn towards something else and started to recede. We were all so relieved. Until just a moment ago, when Bolian came back and reported that Banyue Shifu was trapped now. You can try scanning Bolian's memory module to find out exactly what happened, but things aren't looking good. At this rate, Banyue Shifu will be killed in that array.
I want to look at one of the lines real quick. Doubts of old. That's what I thought. I misspelled a lot of things in my notes. Late last night, Banyue came to this area alone. And this is where we actually see it, but like, I don't think he voices that line here. We can skip this. Here's the situation. Chaos is beyond human control. We need to find another way. Being a Bang Boo from Yunquang Summit, I'm sure it'll be able to find its way back to you by itself once this is all over. What? Boo Lion itself? To walk this road is, and then he says the line. I would have loved to hear that voice. That's one line. I think that would have been beautiful if he voiced it. If we got Vegeta's VA to voice it. Back when it was my duty around here, parents would often voice their concern about mischievous kids sneaking out to play at night. For their safety, special locks were installed. Only adults know how to open them. This must be something he heard in his youth and never forgot.
We rarely came here back then. We must make haste and check the area for anything suspicious. He's already here?
Banyue Shifu, I know you cared about the mystic's safety and would come here. It's all part of my plan, my machinations. Great news. Absolutely fantastic news. I think I've stumbled upon the key array core of that ancient array mentioned in the old texts. It's just that I'm not skilled enough. I couldn't fully activate the array, but now that you're here, surely everything will go much smoother. Banyue's like, I know what you're doing. I'm just rolling with it. Looks like the miasma disaster can finally be put to an end. This place won't have to relive that nightmare again. I know you're trying to weaponize my compassion, but I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. Where is it? There are several array pillars on the platform nearby. I'll lead you to them. All right, Ningqing, be careful.
Banyue Shifu, this way.
Where's the glowing array? That's right here. It's the one that's glowing. The array core is ancient, and the patterns carved into its pillars shimmer with an undying will to protect. My favorite Pokemon move. Yes, Romanoid. The VA for Banyue is the same VA for Vegeta. It is Chris Sabat. Or Piccolo. He's more Piccolo coded than Vegeta coded. Piccolo's more of that guy. I'm not going to look up voice lines for him right now. You know how to. If you can look up Piccolo voice lines. Standing in the center, it's almost possible to feel the long dormant earth pulsing in agony, urging the activation of the array. Upon activating to guide and fully activate the array with his own ether energy, a cold, malicious will suddenly counterattack.
Fall back behind me.
What are sacrifices doing? Buline's memories regarding Banyue cut off here. The array's been activated and it's continuously channeling miasma. It seems to be effectively absorbing and suppressing it. Banyue Shifu is trapped in a miasma sphere of great evil, and even though my training has advanced by leaps and bounds today, I still can't save the two of them. Alas, what a tragedy. Arcade Dreamer, that's not true. If you remember if you actually read OG Dragon Ball, you would know how good Piccolo is. Piccolo actually has like a real character arc. Vegeta doesn't really get one until like the Buu Saga. I mean, he does have a character arc. He does go on an arc, but it's not like it's his relation to Goku than it is about, or like him becoming slightly less genocidal and slightly more accustomed to humans. Whereas Piccolo's like, I'm gonna raise this dumb kid. And then how he develops fatherly attachments, which is interesting because he basically didn't have a father. Indeed, you should hurry to save Banyue Shifu and take Buline with you this time as well.
Ningqiang must have been the one who opened this door.
Okay, Arcade Dreamer, you just wanna bait me for no reason?
It's like every inch of this place is etched deeply in his memory.
And we can skip this because there's no dialogue in here except when it gets to here. I don't know if there was like dialogue before this ended or no. It's just we look at him. At this moment, the array is engulfed in chaos as ethereals come rushing out like a tidal wave. Ningqiang's eyes burn with rage. His crazed words are filled with pain, despair, and twisted pleasure.
Stop dragging this on, Banyue! Stop! It's over for you! Pathetic. How long do you think you can keep up that heroic act? Stop pretending you're the savior. Look at you. Look at the monster you become. Can't you see? Stop fighting. Just let me die here. We can both die here. You should watch me die. Just like me watch my sister struggle with death all those years ago. Why are you still playing the merciful saint? I waited 10 years. 10 whole years! And now the day is here. You don't deserve to save anyone! And you don't deserve to let me live.
More on voice, that's annoying. She was the one who saved you back then. So why didn't you save her? Why? Why? Those 10 years, every single day, I kept thinking. If I hadn't stormed out that day, if I'd stayed, maybe my sister wouldn't have died alone like that. My life should have ended here 10 years ago. I've been waiting so long for this day.
Since you'll be dying with me, then so be it. Guess I can finally avenge my sister. And give myself some closure.
Banyue's heavy footsteps create a deep crack in the ground, like a lonely mountain peak. It's almost like one of his moves. Covered in scars and bruises, but standing tall and unwavering. It is, I totally get, it is very frustrating that we get to these, like, really, like, it's okay that, like, some voice lines, like, some expositional voice lines aren't voiced. Like, oh, how's the weather today? Like, it's perfectly fine if that's not voice acted. Like, that's not a major flaw. The problem is when they want to have these deeply emotional moments, and it's like, yep, we're gonna have three really important lines, just not voiced. It's like, why? Why'd they do that? Them as in, like, why did they not implement the voice lines? There's no way they just they didn't record them. I know, I'm fairly certain that the English VAs recorded the lines they were given. It was like, nah, we're just not going to implement them on time. We got to push this patch out. Marcus, Vegeta's won every fight against Goku. But Goku's never beaten Vegeta. Not in a one-on-one fight. There are a couple times they fought. My knowledge ends basically at the before Super. I'm not counting Super stuff because that's like, I don't know if Super stuff counts. It's as if Banyue cannot feel the scratches and searing energy marks on his metal frame. The depth of his eyes glisten with the sorrow that pierces his soul, and a resolution that has long known his ending. So yes, Goku beats Vegeta, as in he loses the fight, and then all of his other friends show up to beat him. That is the context of, oh yeah, Goku beat Vegeta. He lost, and then all his friends showed up. I did watch the Super movie. That is correct. I did watch that. I watched it in theaters when it came out. And that's why in the movie, when he says, when Vegeta says, I finally beaten Kakarot, it's like, no, that's not true. You've beaten Kakarot in every single fight. You beat him in the Saiyan arc. You didn't technically fight in the Namek arc. No, you did fight in the Namek arc. Captain Ginyu stole his body and then you beat him to a pulp. So does that count? Probably. You didn't fight at all. You didn't have a fight in the Cell Saga. You did fight in the Buu Saga. And then when you realize, oh man, I'm no match for him, I'm going to gain Majin Buu's powers to finally, I'm going to join the super evil team's magic powers and use this to prove that I'm stronger than you, which did happen. Goku couldn't beat Majin Buu empowered Vegeta. Like, Goku has never beaten Vegeta in the story. And Super's like, oh, I've finally beaten you. Like, that's not true. That's just, that is absolutely not true. It's as if Banyue, I already read that. In a resolution that has long known his ending. His low, hoarse voice rings out like echoes in a deep valley, piercing through all the clamor, every word imbued with immense power. Yes, Vegeta has always viewed himself... Vegeta has an inferiority complex, of course. He's the Prince of all Saiyans. But like for the Vegeta, I finally beaten you. It's like, no. Vegeta has said multiple times, I'm finally stronger than you. He came out of the Chamber of Time being like, yeah, I had training for an entire year, and now I'm stronger than you, Kakarot. I'm gonna beat up this worthless Cell. in that instance, yeah, he is absolutely stronger than Goku. They just don't have a one-on-one fight then.
Jen,
And if they did, Goku would absolutely lose.
I shall repay this debt with my life. Yes, your life is not a bargaining chip. You still have a long road ahead. Go and live. Live and see the world that your sister never saw.
Banyue's burning resolve, his determination to atone for his wrongs, and his deepest and most powerful fires bent on protecting life began to erupt. He abandons any defensive stance. What? That's your best move. How are you going to generate wrathful fire? Every remaining bit of energy, every fragment of existence in this machine on the brink of collapse is fully channeled into his fists.
The array base has been destroyed, and now the suppressed miasma has been released. What pain.
You finally made it! Banyu Shifu and his disciple are all trapped within that array. Banyu Shifu has been battling an endless stream of ethereals to protect that young fellow. He's been fighting for quite some time now. I couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but it sounded like the young man was begging Banyu Shifu to give up on him. Who knows how much longer he can hold them off?
That platform is where Dad used to take me to see the stars. The array has been there all along, so close by. Is there a way to break through or enter the array?
The concentration of miasma is too high over there. I can't get any closer.
Fairy, scan and confirm the range of the entire array. Belle, you can try getting closer. Be careful. Fairy and I will think of a way to break it.
Got it. Let's move in that direction.
Okay, now we can skip this part.
The array's absorbed too much miasma.
It won't work.
Oh,
We can't break through that barrier.
Maybe he can still hear us? Banyue! Banyue!
No matter how desperately you shout, no response ever comes from within. In the array, Banyue seems to hear familiar voices calling his name. At this point, he's fought to his limit and cannot respond. The faint voices soon grow denser in the depths of consciousness, concealed by the echoes that sting like a silver needle.
Surrender, you clumsy hunk of iron. Why endure this endless pain? Open your core and embrace this great...
We were just talking about Naruto. It does look like Neji's rotation. 8 trigrams. Palm rotation.
Open your core and embrace this great power. It will grant you rebirth and eternal freedom.
I appreciate that the chat is now just going all in on Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z lore.
It will grant you rebirth and eternal freedom.
So Banyue's inner voice is being like, dude, let's just die. Bruh, just die.
It will grant you
Rebirth and eternal freedom. Like, I don't think that's true. I think you'll just die. That's not...
Do you hear that? Do you hear the cries of the burden deep within your...
And we also have the emotional music from season 2 that I really like a lot. No, it's wonderful. I think it's really funny. I enjoy that stuff. I'm not responding to everything you guys are saying, but I do see some of it. If I don't see it, it's because my what I'm using to take notes is blocking part of the chat, and if there's not a great place to put it because I only have a couple screens to work with, specifically 2 because I'm on a laptop with a monitor. So
melting. You have long been covered in cracks on the verge of collapse.
Emotion module overload. Forcing the installation to clear redundant emotional data. Re-verifying core command. Suppress miasma by any means necessary.
Dive in. Sink into eternity. Behold how they long to accept you. Why resist? You are a part of this filth. This shell is broken. My body, like a candle flickering in the wind. Yet even if only a sliver of hope remains, the faintest glimmer of light, this heart must hold it fast and never let it go. So stubborn. Look at these scars. They're not just marks of battle. They're the price of bearing what should never have been yours to carry. Murderer. He must pay with his life.
Your existence is a mistake. You should be eradicated. Feeling pain. It's nothing compared to that agony we feel.
1 minute, a second. Is it worth it? For those who hate you, who fear you, for those souls who curse you day and night, for a bunch of rotten worms, a world that only exploits you and fears you, suffering, exhausted, then why trudge in vain through this hopeless mire? Give up. Give up your meaningless pain. Your very existence is a mistake, and your struggle, an even greater one. Even if I fall here, this is the path I have chosen. This is the price I have to pay. This will is like a stone, immovable, unyielding. Even if my body shatters and I perish here, I shall not falter. Let go of your meaningless resistance, of your heavy burns.
Let me hear that again. This is the price I have to pay.
This will is like a stone. Immovable, unyielding. Even if my body shatters and I perish here, I shall not falter. Let go of your meaningless resistance, of your heavy burns. Let everything return to nothing, to its original, pristine, blank state. Isn't that a good idea? No more bloodshed, no more disappointment, no endless penance, no duty, no guilt, only eternal release.
I do think this goes on for a little bit too long. I don't think we needed this. I think we could have ended off on this, what Banyue says, but we do keep going. Several voices intertwine, overlap, and spin like an endless whirlpool of destruction, trying to crush Banyue's residual self-consciousness completely.
Belle, Fairy and I have found something.
Master, an abnormally large convergence of miasma has been detected. Warning, vital signs of the survivors in the platform area are extremely weak. Anomaly detected. Multiple energy flow nodes detected. I've marked the coordinates. The ether flow corresponds with the signature of the array base. Destruction of these nodes would disrupt the formation, destabilizing its structural integrity and potentially disabling the array core.
I do have, because you mentioned puppets, this does remind me of an idea that I had. I'm going to interrupt this very briefly. I know we only have like an hour left and a lot of this is just combat anyway. So we can, like, actually not a lot is combat, but I'm going to show you something really quick. I have a funny idea to do a run with the Sand siblings and who they represent in Zenless. I think it would be really funny to have that team. I don't know if I have the right agents to pull it off though. I'd have to be very creative on. I think I have a good idea for who Kankuro and Tamari will be. I'm not sure who I would pick for Gaara. I have one good idea, but it's a bit of a stretch. I don't want to spoil it in chat. So if you guys can think about it, feel free to post it. I will neither confirm nor deny my thoughts. It's hard because we don't have like Earth characters. Like we don't have an Earth attribute. So anyway, back to our scheduled program. That's not it. That's also not it. That's also not it. Here it is. Obviously, Tamari is Valina. That's very easy.
And array core. Looks like I'll just have to give it a shot.
Great. Destroying the array base might not only break the barrier and save people, but it might even delay or even stop the miasma that the Matrix sends to the Creator. It's a race against time. We have to hurry. The nodes are scattered all over. Let's split up. Okay, leave this area to me. Proxy, you cover Xiaoguang. The noise in the array core is getting weaker. Let's go!
We're off to save Banyue. And we can skip this because none of this really matters. Except this scene right here is interesting. Oh, wait, why? Her bird's here. Why is her bird here? Is that Yishuan's Qingming sword? Could have been trying to send a message? For some reason, that's also not voice, even though it absolutely is.
Xiaoguang and the others.
It's all up to them now. We can skip this fight. We can also skip some of this fight.
You targeting to die over such a life for a life? Sacrificing yourself for justice? A life for a life? You targeting to die over such a lousy trick? There's that brilliant self-serving logic of yours.
The sins of the past cannot be atoned for. Once Ning Chen is safe, you can take whatever it is you're after. Don't run.
You knew about my mission all along?
That's why I like Banyue. He's like, I know what you're up to. I'm just gonna let it roll. I'm just gonna let. How would I phrase this? Banyue's not surprised by things that are happening. He's like, yeah, I knew this is what you were up to, but I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. I closed something I didn't mean to close. Whoops. I lost all my bits as well. My frames are dropping like crazy. What the heck? This is why I can't do late streams. This time of night, for some reason, the internet just wants to kill my connection. It doesn't really happen during the day. It only happens at night, really. And that's kind of frustrating. Oh my gosh, it's still low. This is crazy. Okay, now it's getting back to normal numbers-ish. We can power scale Dylan with this, actually. He tries to kick this guy and he just like, no. Like, actually, no, you're not stronger than me. So what Dylan couldn't do with one kick, Banyue does with 6 punches, or 4. I forgot how many arms he has here. It's 4.
It's not over yet.
I need to see this again. It's just cool.
It's not over yet. And you already look this miserable.
Let's end it here. My core. Please. Take it.
Taking it to report back, that would be nice. But now, I have a new choice. This time, let the words of the dead grant you a truth that allows you to keep on existing.
The cries and wails of endless pain, resentment, curses, and despair. The sound of accusations fill the air like a tsunami.
Why didn't you save me? Why? Someone was waiting for me.
Look at what you've done. You heartless monster!
Remember our faces. Remember your tainted blood.
A machine will always be a machine.
Never. I will never forgive you. Never!
Just as these waves of despair were about to devour everything, Xiaogong and the others return and step onto the platform. The voices suddenly become clear and gentle. Like a beam of light piercing through the dark clouds, it brings relief and warmth, cleansing all the ruckus. Ruckus, that's a great word.
Luckily, that rascal got angry and ran off to play. Big guy, can you promise to help me find him?
Sis?
He's so stubborn. Always getting hung up on the smallest things. I know he'll probably hit a few bumps along the way. But hey, just be patient with him, okay? Help him grow up safe so he can see the better days I never got to. That's all I ask.
The peace we found here made me complacent. I couldn't bring myself to open that thing. Maybe this is the price I pay.
What's this?
But please, please, our 2 children are still so young. We shielded them with a technique just before the explosion. The 2 of them still have a chance to live. Don't let them watch us leave. Don't let them suffer the despair of seeing their loved ones die. Don't let them grow up alone.
I'm leaving them to you, Banyue. Get them out of here. Run straight ahead and leave this place. Just to make sure Aoyuan and Xiaoguang survive. Please.
Sorry, I'm just noticing my bit rate's dropping a lot again.
Don't let them grow up alone.
I'm leaving them to you, Banyue. Get them out of here. Run straight ahead and leave this place. Just to make sure Aoyuan and Xiaoguang survive. Please. I'm begging you.
It is odd that, like, Dylan's phone, because, like, yeah, here are the voices of the dead. It's like, what? How does that work? How did Topps create a device to do that?
Thanks, big guy. Really. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, we can go without regrets.
One day, when they return to their former home, remember to tell them we left with smiles on our faces.
Mom, Dad, you'd understand my decision, right?
Sis! Why did you do this? Why? Why? Why couldn't you just let me hate him? Why did all this have to happen? Sis, I miss you. I really miss you.
Did you hear it now, Banyue? The voices of both those who died and survived because of you. This is the weight of the truth.
Her expression is no longer light and joking. There is a hint of sympathy in her faint smile. Like a light piercing through the haze, it gently spills onto Banyue's gaunt yet upright body.
Your logic algorithms determined that there were only a handful with a chance of survival at the time. So you chose the optimal solution and didn't try to save anyone else. But as you stand here today, willing to step in and stop the array, you've proven that you've broken free of the constraints of commands and algorithms, haven't you?
Correct. But the past cannot be.
Right. The past can't be rewritten. But you're only holding on to the debt of those who were killed. You have forgotten the promise to live that those who passed entrusted to you at the end of their lives. Do you really think that falling here and sacrificing your life to repay your debts is something worth commending? Or just trying to run away? The real way to atone for wrongdoing is to live. Living the way you are now. This human form with emotions, self-awareness, and the ability to feel pain. To face the trials of the past day after day, and to shoulder the never-ending guilt. Live. Live with a clear mind. Face the people you've saved. Be it gratitude, relief, distance, fear, even if you hate him. Go fulfill your promise to the deceased. Keep going. Use every remaining moment to make up for your past, until the very end. This is my final verdict as a Krampus judge.
Again, my bitrate's tanking. I'm very sorry about this. I'm sorry if you're expecting clear stuff happening. I can't really control that. Maybe like I turn this off, like turn this to 480p. I could do that. I don't think it'll change much on my upload, because this is more of a down. It's not like changing my upload speed. It's all right. Where'd it go? Dylan's words.
This is my final verdict as a Krampus judge.
Dylan's words finish and begin to sink in. Bainue's body trembles, almost too faintly to notice. In silence, the chains that had bound him for years, forged from cold algorithms, endless slaughter, self-loathing, and the weight of misunderstanding, had nearly crushed his soul. But that moment, as he stands tall, and they shatter with a thunderous crash.
Xiaoguang, Ninja. About what happened all those years ago.
You don't need to say anything, Banyue Shifu. Actually, I already remembered it all. Back when we crossed the bridge again.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
You might think you're a murderer who didn't save people in their moment of need, but to me and my brother, you're the path to survival our parents sacrificed their lives for. And not only did they give themselves up for us, but also for your chance to become human. Tylan is right. Remorse for the dead never really goes away, but we can bear it as we go on. You don't owe the dead your life. You owe them the will to use the hands that once killed to reach for more life instead. That's why I've never blamed you, Banyue Shifu. I also wanted to thank you, Dylan, for letting me hear my parents' last words. It showed me that I was thinking the same way they were.
You and your parents are such gentle souls. And now you've grown into exactly the person they hoped for.
Ningqian, this is my own choice. You always have the freedom to choose how to face Banyue Shifu.
Xiaoguang gently pats his trembling shoulder. Ningqian is choking up, his voice a little hoarse.
Sorry. I'm so sorry, Banyue Shifu. I've hated the wrong person. For 10 years, I've hated the wrong person. I've poured my deepest hatred on you and squandered my sister's last wish.
I still remember her
I
last
love
words
not
vividly.
having voice dialogue in these emotional moments!
Last wish.
Ningqian, of course I remembered your sister. She was the one who found me deep in the hollow and brought me back to life.
I still remember her last words vividly. I remember every face of those I could not save. Their faces have never faded. I was never able to find you in Waifei Peninsula after I rescued Xiaoguang and the others. Until years later, when you came to my school, I recognized you the moment you told me your name. By that time, you already looked like your sister all those years ago.
You've known all along? And you still took me in as a disciple and taught me everything. It was me. I made a deal with Sarah. I used the ancient tome to lure you into activating the array. I thought I could use the array to absorb the miasma, hoping I could save more people and complete my revenge.
Ningqian, I'm afraid you were just another pawn in someone else's game. It is still unknown whether the endless miasma was purified or just transferred to something else in the hollow. It's far more complicated than you think. We've all been pulled into a deeper scheme without even realizing it.
Everyone, it may be too late to say this now, and I'm too ashamed to look Xiaoguang Shifu in the eye, but there's something I must tell you. Actually, Yeshu and Shifu left me a message. What? Ye contacted you? What did he say? He probably didn't know about my connection with Sarah, which is why he trusted me by mistake. He recognized me as a disciple from Banyue Shifu's martial arts school, and he asked me to pass on a message, to have him look for a black bird inside the hollow. I wonder what kind of black bird we should be looking for. The Qingming bird? Could it be that Shifu left it behind to keep in touch with my brother? Speaking of that, I haven't had the chance to tell you. While I was searching for the array base earlier, I happened to rescue a black bird trapped in the miasma. I'm pretty sure that was the Qingming bird. Once it was freed, it immediately flew off, like it knew exactly where it was going. Judging by Ningqian's account, Yishu Yin must have sent some kind of message through it. But since no response came, he must have started to worry that something went wrong in transmission. So when he ran into a disciple from Banyue's martial arts school, he decided to entrust the message that way instead. He's like, I'm not getting any reception out here. Can you pass on a message for me, random guy? The only one capable of trapping the Qingming bird would be the creator. My brother must be all alone out there right now. It feels like this story was like, oh man, seems like we're in a great place to end on a really nice, happy conclusion. A nice, happy conclusion for Banyue and Dylan. And it's like, nope, we gotta resolve this other part of the story. You're like, dang it. Come on, man. There's more? Come on. Let's have a little breather here.
Ningqian, Xiaoguang, this place is dangerous, and you're still unstable. You should leave immediately, return with the others, and wait for Yishuan Shifu's support.
I will only become a burden if I stay. Banyue Shifu, everyone, please be careful. I'll deliver the news, and if Yishuan Shifu arrives in time, I'll inform her immediately.
The Qingming sword is reacting strangely in this area. There must be something I'm destined to face ahead. Banyue Shifu, I gave my word to Belle before we came. This time, I will not stay behind. I will not watch those dear to me face danger alone again.
Banyue Shifu, Xiaoguang has made up her mind. Let's trust in her decision.
Yeah, you got this. Surely nothing bad will happen.
Yeah, we're also running out of time. Her own brother might be in grave danger and you won't let her go with you? How does that make sense? You only have two options. Knock Xiaoguang out and send her back, or grant her wish. Come on. Is the wielder of the Qingming sword supposed to be weak or something? Look at yourself. You look like a mess. Give it a minute and we'll all be counting on Xiao Guang to save us.
Fine, but we proceed with caution and must not act rashly.
Ban Yue gives in, and Ningchen says goodbye to everyone before returning the way he came.
All right, now that we've set him on the right path again, it's time for us to go to that lousy creator's lair and turn the place upside down.
Oh wow, Sarah, no way. As if sensing something, Dylan suddenly stops and looks towards the shadows nearby. Sarah walks out slowly with her usual enigmatic smile, as if she were just passing by and hadn't been spying on her for long. It's almost like we could definitely snipe her from this distance, and we're just not going to. Why can't we have the gun now? Belle and Weiss get the gun in Season 3. In Season 2, they could have shot a lot of people. We could have ended a lot of conflicts a lot sooner.
The Judge of Krampus sure lives up to her name. Your perceptiveness is truly a pain.
All I'm going to say is that if Dylan just jumped up and punched Sarah, she would just die. We know Dylan has mad hops. She could just punch Sarah, she immediately dies.
Are you done watching, Sarah Florin? It's been so long as no
Florin.
found in the database you've picked up the habit of sneaking and hiding like a rat.
You were investigating me. But now that the dust is settled...
We're dealing with a known terrorist who's completely fine with mass genocide. Kill her. Don't let her talk. Just kill her. I get it. This is a story. It's more interesting when you have villains talk. I get it. I'm fine with that. But I am saying dial in. You don't need to talk to her. Like, we already know what she is. We already know what she wants to do. Just get her.
What happened in the past doesn't matter anymore. Krampus, Phaethon, Ye Xunguang. I was hoping to lend you a hand and dedicate the power of this stone lion to the Creator as a gift. An offering of thanks for the power the Creator lost when they cleansed the miasma. Pity, all these changing plans, but no matter. That'll be enough.
She's
Almost
monologuing!
everything's been purified in this place.
Thank you for all your help. Now my plan is perfect and near complete.
Look at you. You're just like you were in his nightmare. Pure, naive, and ignorant. Naturally, your brother is... Oh, well, look who it is.
I do like that line delivery.
Naturally, your brother is... Oh, well, look who it is.
Naturally, your brother is... Oh, well, he's actually right here. A familiar yet strange figure appears nearby. It turns out to be Ye Shuyan. But different. Oh my gosh. The Creator unlocked your potential? His face was filled with shock. He's an electric agent when he sees Xiao Guang.
Xiao Guang, what are you doing here? Weren't you training in seclusion? Who sent you here?
It's like, oh, shoot. The one thing I'm trying to prevent. Why are you here? Character motivations, yes! This guy's the best character, has the most character development in the faction. He's the only one who leaves because he wants to do more things.
Brother, judging from your looks, are you also?
Go back. You shouldn't have come here.
Senior Ye, we're all worried about you.
Are you in?
You didn't write that letter, did you? About how to break my connection with the Qingming sword.
What note?
Note? What? No?
What did you do, Sarah? Why is my sister here?
Yep, just as we
No
thought.
need to be so anxious. You helped me find the Creator in order to save her, didn't you? So what's wrong with organizing this moving reunion beforehand? Is there any point in pursuing such trivial details at this stage? Don't forget, I'm the one chosen by the Creator. Only I can open the door for the Creator's arrival into this world. Your obsession, the answer to fulfilling your tragic wish, is just ahead. The time is nearly upon us. Since you're willing to give everything to save your one and only sister, you'll definitely come, won't you? Otherwise, all our hard work will be in vain.
Pained, Ye Shuyan glances at Xiao Guang, who has her hands anxiously extended towards him, and suddenly closes his eyes. As he reopens them again, you see a look of determination.
Xiao Guang, listen to me. Go back with the others. Trust me, and don't follow me anymore. Junior Bell, everyone, I'm sorry, but I have to go. I've already come this far. I have no other choice.
I'm asking you one thing. No matter what, do not let Xiao Guang follow me. I'm counting on you. Yishuyan turns around without looking at Xiao Guang again and disappears into the ominous darkness with Sarah. How could I possibly just stand by and do nothing at a time like this?
Using someone's loved ones as leverage? Despicable. Ineffective. Stop spacing out. Let's go after them.
Track them down.
Wise, do you know where they went? Can you track them down?
Tracking route confirmed. Path recalibration complete.
It doesn't look like he's gone far, but the miasma concentration in that direction is higher than anywhere we've been before. We have to be careful.
Okay.
And we're about to get it. The best fight scene of all time.
Keep going?
Yeah, let's go. We're bringing my brother back.
We really are going. As we sit here, the area ahead feels sinister. It might be a dangerous place. It's best to go prepared. Meanwhile, Sarah, who is not far away, welcomes the moment she's been longing for.
Answer me. What's going on? What did you do to Xiao Guan behind my back? Why did you lead her here? We agreed she stays out of this until the Creator descends. You broke your promise.
Promise? Faced with the divine edict of the Creator, the promises of mortals are as light as a goose feather.
She's like, yeah, I broke a promise, but really, what is a promise? In the weight of all, in the grand scheme of things, what is a promise really worth? It's like, okay, can you, like, stop dodging the question?
There's no need to get so worked up. Your sister's presence is just a necessary component in the process. You see, you, your sister, and I are all keys that have been gathered here. The grand descent is about to begin. Releasing your sister's shackles and fulfilling your deepest wishes. Those are the only reasons you were willing to abandon your companions and walk with me, right?
Sarah, what exactly are you trying to do?
What am I trying to do? My plans have never wavered since the very beginning. The time has come. All things shall return to their source. Come, all you lost children who seek answers and redemption. Embrace your fate.
Sarah doesn't look at him anymore. She raises her hands high in one direction and her voice suddenly rises, chanting in a cryptic rhythm that nearly pierces the soul.
O supreme and sacred Creator, by thy blessing and thy call, I lay forth this offering. Obliterate the vows of traitors, the avengers' cries, the defilers' lament, and the mourning of the dead. O mighty Creator, hear my plea. I beseech thee to manifest thy truth in the chaos of this world. I beseech thee to wield thine eternal dominion and reshape the order of the universe.
Sarah, my most faithful servant, thou hast come to the very brink of my advent. Abandon the remnants of the mortal world. Traverse life and death, brilliance and decay, bliss and suffering. All shall return to me.
So this is the Exalted's Creator. They may look radiant, but it all sends a shiver down my spine. Whether or not this evil being can be destroyed depends on this strike. I cannot hold back. I'll end it here and now, before Xiao Guan and the others are drawn in too deep.
Is this voice now? This is also kind of annoying. It's very annoying that in this emotional moment, like, we want to be hyped up for this, like, oh, if only this was voiced. So, after lying in wait all this time, you're finally showing your fangs. Sarah, as if you're surprised that the guy trying to, like, save his sister would have any fault in trying to one-shot the Creator.
Move! Val Miasma, be gone!
Finally.
Abomination! This is the end for you!
Everything is under your gaze. He one-shots it! Let's go!
It's a tricky one, just as expected. It even tried to reflect my attack. Good thing it's been blasted into ether particles now. That should be the end of it.
The Creator is dead! He's Void Hunter level! That's fantastic. Also, Sarah just died.
Abandon the mortal world. Traverse life and death. Will return.
Yeah, one shots the creator and Sarah dies. That's so funny. Sarah's like, I know what you're scheming, but you cannot stop the creator. Immediately dies. Hello, this is Sarah, Special Investigation Squad from HSO of Han.
Our team was caught in an operation against a notorious ethereal. I've lost contact with everyone.
There has been people talking about who this could be. They're saying it's one of the Void Hunters, maybe? It's never been confirmed. It's just some guy with that for right now until they confirm or deny it. We can guess, but like at the end of the day, it is not confirmed. Wait, don't leave. Please, save me. I don't want to die. Help me. Don't leave me behind. Please, save me. Anyone. Can no one hear me? Oh, if the gods truly exist in this world, please, hear my plea.
Where am I? Am I saved?
This also doesn't help explain why I'm dropping so many frames. This also doesn't really explain how and why, like, Bringer suddenly turned into an Exaltist. Like, he obviously saw something too, but Sarah didn't. Like, at this moment, Sarah doesn't really see any miraculous thing from the creator. Bringer does, somehow. We don't know what it was. But it's enough to, like, completely change Bringer's worldview. Sarah doesn't see that. So, I don't know if we see it happen right here or a bit later.
Lucky child, chosen by the will of the Creator, you were restored to the living before you turned into an ethereal. The blood of the Creator flowing through your broken body is the best proof that you belong here.
Other than being told, like, oh yeah, the Creator brought you back to life. What? Blood of the Creator? Who are you?
We're the Exaltists. I'm Soph, the Scribe, and the current Overseer. There is no need for fear, no need for doubt. The Creator is merciful. This is the place they have given you, your new home.
I was just in the area and saw you dying, and I just wanted to save you. Don't ask me how I got there, how no one saw me. That's not important.
No, sorry,
Don't ask me how I'm dropping all these frames. I can't believe this ISP. This is why I can't stream late. Because literally when it starts getting late, my frames just start plummeting.
Somewhere I have to go back to.
How many times have I already told you there has never been a special investigation squad in HSO? And there's no file under the HIA for a Sarah Florin.
So here's the thing. Despite all the jokes I've been making, I do like this backstory for Sarah. I just wish there was, like, you know, more of it, like, and more of the character talking about it, instead of all the nonsense of her poetic cult nonsense. Like, oh, what is a broken promise, really? It's like, you could just, like, you know, talk like a normal person. Miss, this is your final warning. If you continue, we'll have no choice but to remove you by force.
Tread carefully. One step further and you may shed your mortal sins. But the gate to the final domain does not open without refinement. Life and death, existence and annihilation, brilliance and decay, bliss and suffering. All shall return to the Creator, for they are the origin of all.
If only there was, like, a crystal door that could take us back through time. That'd be crazy.
I know. Deep inside my body, my soul, lies the seed of evil I've long refused to face.
I've refused to face it so much, I'm not even going to say it. The cycle of cause and effect you have lain is clear. It lies within the call of salvation you have let me hear. That rhymes.
Abandon the remnants of the mortal world. Traverse life and death. I set my hand upon my spine and my palm against the mortal heart. Guided by nameless markings, I shall walk the path in search of the Creator.
Creator who has shown me the conclusion. I have fulfilled your promise. Please, accept me. It's like, uh-oh.
Not good.
Oh, Creator, is this your permission for me to merge?
What? Sarah and the thing. The presence has vanished. Wait.
If only this thing was voiced here. I could go back and look through it, but it's just frustrating that a lot of this is really important to voice, and it's just not.
Not good.
Like, this is so frustrating. This should be voiced.
What? Sarah and the...
And he's so powerful. They have to run away. Sarah died as she lived, running away. Running away from people who were clearly better than her.
Thing. The presence has vanished. Wait.
Of course it was voiced in Chinese. That's where they're... That's because they had everything ready for 2.4, and that's why when they rushed it out, be like, oh, we gotta rush this patch out. That's why it wasn't voiced for a lot of other languages.
This presence is growing even stronger. That Creator has returned. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no.
Brother, wait for me!
He gets swallowed by the crocodile guy. It's a crocodile demon thingy.
I don't care what you are. Give me back my brother! Is anyone important to me again?
This is interesting music for a boss fight. It's usually not what we normally get. And I don't know if they use this track again. Maybe they use it in 2.5, but they definitely didn't use it in 2.6. Also, you can't play as Ye Guang here. Because she wasn't available to play as yet. She's implied to be here, but you can't see her. And that's kind of unfortunate because that would be like the most thematic time to play as the character is during the fight to save her brother. That's kind of frustrating. At least in the Sons of Caledon story, Lighter is like around. He does some punches. Like you can still vividly see him doing things. Here, I don't think Ye Guang's like even around. Like she's not even on screen pretending to do stuff. Like, oh, Ye Guang really did a lot. It's like she wasn't even she's not even playable. Like that's the bit, like that takes you a bit out of the experience, at least for me. It's like, oh, I couldn't even select you to play as you. Maybe they fixed it for those who joined later. Maybe she's playable in if you played after 2.5, maybe she's playable now? Maybe? I have no clue. I also have no frames. My computer fixed its frame rate, and yet I can't stop dropping frames!
Brother.
Something that should have been mine all along. Taken by the hand of a blood relative.
Uh-oh.
What could be better?
Like, it should have been me, not her! It's not fair! Don't worry, sister. I'll just kill you. That way the Qingming sword can't do it. You played later and she still wasn't playable outside of her special move. That's insane. That stinks. What's the point of having this big emotional setup if you can't even play the character that's having it? It's dumb. It's dumb. At least for Lighter. Lighter was like a side story thing, and you could still like play as Caesar and Lucy. And later on, they put Lighter in the story. You can play as Lighter now. In the Tour de Inferno, Lighter's there. You can pick him.
Too slow.
And we can skip all this because I don't think there's any dialogue here. So there's a big fight to beat Ye Xiuyan after he's been like evil, corrupted by evil. Unsurprisingly, I'm gonna go kill the creator. Oh no, the creator tricked me? I can't believe it. Granted, he has a good reason to think I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's natural that characters go through that. It is in his... It makes sense that he would try to do something proactive and get tricked by the creator. It makes sense in the plot that happens.
Still afraid to draw the sword. If you keep running, your loved ones will all be buried here.
Brother.
Some choices are burdens, and we must bear them. Do what must be done. I trust you.
Kill me.
As you trust me. Finally.
If I were the one being controlled instead, I believe my brother would make the same choice.
Xiaoguang.
You trust me, just as I trust you. Somehow
Isn't that her W engine?
you trust me,
This thing right here.
just as I trust you.
It's essentially her W engine. I still apologize for all the dropped frames. I can't control that. I'm very sorry.
Somehow, I'm not afraid anymore.
The seal is broken. Great.
Brother.
Such a splendid power. I'll happily accept it. How could that be?
A mere evil spirit, and you dare speak so arrogantly.
I am Ye Xiuyan, wielder of the Jingming Sword of Yunhui Summit. This sword, with heaven and earth as its guide, shall cleanse all evil!
And then he dies.
Xiaoguang. I already know.
This voice. Did I really bring my brother back?
Please forgive me for leaving again. You must wait for me. Trust me. I will save you. I swear I will.
Brother.
That scene is very ambiguous with how it makes it seem like we just execute him on the spot. Xiaoguang's awake, Bill. You should go check in on her after she just brutally murdered her brother. Dailan and Banyue Shifu will be here shortly. We'll wait for you to check in on Xiaoguang before we start our discussion. It is a bit odd that we nope, we're gonna leave now. It's like, wait, shouldn't we talk about this stuff that happened? Like, no, sorry, we're just gonna have a time skip. Why? I think it's supposed to keep you in suspense about what happened. About her brother just flat out dying, but it didn't happen.
Xiaoguang, how are you feeling? Do you still hurt anywhere?
It feels like I had a really, really long dream. Right, where's my brother? What happened to him? Where is he? Did I bring him back?
Don't worry. Let me tell you everything that's happened.
And to be fair, I think it's okay because we are framing this from Ye Xiongguang's perspective. She has no memory of what just happened. She's like, I don't know what happened. Can you tell me? I think that could be interesting if that was more obvious, if that was how they were trying to do it.
After you defeated that thing, the creator, or at least its embryonic form.
Or what's more likely is that they didn't want to have to actually like show this part here. And so it's like, yeah, we'll just say it happened off screen and then have Belle tell us about it. That is probably the actual reason. The writers were like, oh, so we can't actually show this? Oh, well, I guess we'll just say we showed it off screen.
You passed out from exhaustion. The power wrapped in that black mist dissipated, and Senior Ye, he seemed to come back to his senses. He caught you as you fainted and whispered something I couldn't make out. It was clear he didn't want to leave, but in the end, he walked away alone. He didn't explain anything. All he said was, take care of Xiaoguang. Banyue Shifu and Dylan were both injured and couldn't stop him. But at that moment, from Senior Ye's expression, it was like he suddenly realized something that he had to confirm right away.
He left alone? No. We must find him as soon as possible. If he still has any remnant influence of the creator in his body, if that takes hold again. And what about Shifu? Did she make it in time?
Nope.
Ishan Shifu hasn't returned to Swabian Temple yet. She's probably dealing with Senior Ye's situation. I heard that Yunquei Summit will be sending people over soon to investigate the creator incident.
Yunquei Summit.
Guys, I one-shot the creator and her dumb disciple. Can you believe that?
Xiaoguang, considering our past experiences and what Sarah said, do you think the creator's target has always been you and the Jingming Sword?
Yeah. He's been trying to lure me into using the power of the Jingming Sword to make me break the seal myself. And I'm afraid that it controlled my brother to use him as a medium at the critical moment, to devour the power of both me and the Jingming Sword.
So, do you still remember how you defeated the creator?
The situation was dire. When I finally released the Jingming Sword, I seemed to have a strange resonance with it.
That's the wrong game. We don't do resonance here.
I understood that the sword contains a power that can suppress the creator, or even annihilate it. That's why I believed that the last strike would bring my brother back.
And besides that, did you feel anything else?
Did you feel anything, period?
What do you mean?
You didn't, like, lose all your senses, right? That wouldn't happen with the evil dementia sword.
Like, any changes with your body, or in your...
Whoa. You can't just ask a girl, hey, have there been any changes with your body? That's a bit rude, Belle. Come on.
Appearance? Your hair kinda turned white when you drew the sword.
Are you worried about repercussions from using the sword? Don't worry. That look was just the influence of the Jingming Sword. You see, I remember everything very clearly. I remember how that monster was torn apart by my blade, and what my brother asked me to do. What's wrong? Still worried? Then how about a little test? Want me to recite any technique spells? Or any Yunquei Summit rules? Or maybe everything we did together after we met?
Oh, thank goodness. Looks like you're really okay. I'm glad.
Yeah, I've never been very lucky, but maybe it's about time things went my way, right?
This is really telling. This is a really important character moment for this character, for Ye Xiongguang. I really like what they're setting up here. Because when I was watching this, I was like, okay, I guess, like, they were worried about her using it, but nothing happened. Are they just going to leave it like that? I mean, this wouldn't be surprising. Wouldn't be the first time they just let a character get away scot-free with, like, oh, I'm going to die. Oh, just kidding, I didn't die. Like, oh, okay.
It's just, I finally found my brother, and
There's usually a bit more build-up and payoff for it, but it seems like, yeah, she's just fine. She was asleep for a bit, but whatever.
He was gone again.
At least for now. And see, she is losing her senses. She can't even hear Belle. At least for now, we can be absolutely certain that from the start, Senior Ye was never swayed by Sarah and the creator. He only tried to contact Yishuan. He even tried to contact Yishuan Shifu secretly. He was like, Shifu, I got a great idea. What if I one-shot the creator and Sarah? He's like, and she doesn't get the message. She'd be like, that'd actually be kind of cool, but I don't think you can do that. Too late. One-shot.
Yeah. It seems like Sarah was using the promise of separating me from the Qingming Sword to lure my brother into cooperating with her. But I don't think my brother ever believed her. He only played along so he could get close enough to find a chance to destroy the creator before it could take form. He didn't realize that the creator's focus was on me and the Qingming Sword all along, and that Sarah had already drawn me into her trap long before I noticed. But now that the crisis is over and he's finally out of their grip, why doesn't he come back?
That's a great
He was
question.
really worried about me. When I was half conscious, I remember hearing him ask me to forgive him for leaving again, saying something like he'd definitely save me. It doesn't sound like he's just worried that I'll be consumed by the sword. It's more like he's trying to tell me something. Could it be that he's learned of something even more terrifying? Something he felt he had to deal with on his own right away, to the point where he didn't want us involved at all.
This part of the conversation is really weird because we started it by saying, Belle saying like, oh, he had, not started, but
The power wrapped in that black mist.
he got caught in his senses.
Didn't make out. It was clear he didn't want.
He didn't say anything, and he said, take care of Xiao Guang.
All he said would up him.
And then from that, looked like he suddenly realized that he had to confirm something right away. We established this earlier in the conversation, and it takes Ye Guang a bit of a while to be like, oh, maybe he had something to take care of? It's like, yes, that's what I said. Granted, it'd be like, oh, maybe she forgot. It's like, but in the context of this conversation, she didn't forget that. Like, that's not what the story isn't pointing to, oh, well, she just forgot Belle said it. Like, nothing in the story points to that. So it's just kind of, again, it's a bit of filler. And speaking of filler, I can't stop pressing the wrong button. I need to take off this hotkey from my mouse.
Or at least. Did you feel any changes with.
Thanks, about finally found. It seems like Sarah was using the promise of separating me from the Qingming Sword to lure my brother into cooperating.
Now this makes sense. Maybe not makes sense, but we're talking about why. Talking about reflecting on the things that happened. Why doesn't he come back? Obviously, because she cares about her brother. She's asking. She's not literally asking for a question. She's just wondering why can't he be here? She misses her brother. I get it. That's fine.
Come back. I remember hearing him ask me to forgive him for leaving again. It doesn't sound like he's just worried that I'll be consumed by the sword. Be that he's learned of something even more terrifying.
I feel like she should have had this comment earlier in the conversation. That way you can still have this line, because I think this line is still good, but just have it earlier when Belle says, oh, he said he needed to check on something, and that's why he left.
Something he felt he had to deal with on his own right away, to the point where he didn't want us involved at all.
Since Senior Ye asked you to trust him, then let's do just that. What's most important now is for you to rest up and get better quickly. Once you're fully recovered, we'll work together to find him. And this time, we'll make sure he doesn't disappear on us again.
And that definitely happens. The concern in Xiao Guang's eyes softens, replaced by a quiet determination. She nods firmly, pushing down her unease. And in her gaze, hope flickers to life once more. Let's go on some more dates together. How's Xiao Guang doing? She just woke up. It's not just Xiao Guang who's losing her senses. Belle can't hear anything. How's Xiao Guang doing? She just woke up. So instead of bugging her with questions, we figured we'd give her some peace. She's still concerned about Senior Ye, but after hearing that the creature was repelled and that her brother made it out safely, she's calmed down for now and is resting. She didn't stab him to death. She did what we call extreme acupuncture. It's very different. It doesn't look like that, but that's absolutely what happened. We weren't stabbing her brother with a bajillion swords. We were performing acupuncture to exorcise the evil spirit inside of him. It's very different.
I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to keep a closer eye on Xiaoguang's state of mind these next few days.
Take her on a date. Don't worry, Banyue Shifu. Xiaoguang only drew her sword for Senior Ye and all of us. I'll make sure to keep an eye on her condition. She's always tougher than we think, but that's also exactly why it's so hard not to worry about her. Back to business. What's this resonant signal you two mentioned earlier? Oh no, it's the Wuthering Crosser. The resonant signal? I'll be there for everyone as we head towards our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Right. There was so much happening so quickly that we didn't have time to investigate further, which is why we couldn't tell you right away. When the creator, or rather that power Xiaoguang fought off, was first awakened, 4 areas in Lenyan Hollow simultaneously emitted extremely brief but highly similar energy resonance signals.
Which 4 areas?
We can only locate 3 general areas at the moment. One was right where the creator appeared at the old mining site. Another was the area where we confronted the Exaltist Overseer, Mevarok. And the third one was...
Yeah. Coincidentally, these are all places Wise and I have been before.
Arcade Dreamer, I think that mostly has to do, again, it's pacing. I think most of it has to do with the pacing of the story. Because these season 2 has good stories. They just aren't paced very well. They have really awkward dialogue moments.
You've been to all 3 places?
Where we had a conversation where we tell Ye Shuangguang, your brother left and said he had to go check on something. And that we have another 3-minute discussion. And at the end of it, she's like, oh, did he leave for some reason? It's like, yes, that's how we started the conversation. Like, your response started with us telling you he left for some reason. Of course that's why he left. You should have that response first, and then you can continue the conversation.
Oh, don't tell me these are all popular attractions.
That's not the strangest part. What's really worth noting is the 4th signal. Fairy?
The spatial coordinates of the 4th resonant signal are severely blurred. Existence confirmed, but precise location cannot be confirmed due to high-level energy interference. Warning, though brief, the peak value of the signal's miasma energy exceeded all known records within Lenyan Hollow.
It was like some kind of distant, indistinct response. Then it quickly went silent again, as if hiding from something.
3 of the signals came from areas we've been to recently. No way that was a coincidence. But that last one, it's hidden so deep that even Fairy couldn't pinpoint it. Where could it be?
4 resonating signals. There must be some underlying connection we haven't uncovered yet.
Oh my gosh, the 4 AI? No way.
Disgusting miasma creature we fought, and the Ye Shuyun controlled by the creator. Might have just been the opening move. The creator testing the waters.
I do not have a Discord server. I have thought about making one, but I've decided against it just because I don't think I would really benefit from it, and also be more work for me. Not that I'm against it, but I don't think that would be something that I need. Like, I think it would be cool, but it'd be another thing I'd have to manage and make sure, like, it would be interesting, but I don't know if I would be actively using it that much. Like, if I need to make a post, I can just make a YouTube post, and if you're subscribed to me, you'll see it. If you turn on notifications, you might get a notification about it. I am in a bunch of different Discord servers, but I'm not a moderator in any of them. I'm a lurker. I will lurk around. I will look around and see if there's something I need to see. So if you need to message me in Discord, I do have that in my I think it's in my YouTube channel that maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But if you really need to communicate with me, I do have a business email.
Krampus and closely monitor any changes inside the hollow.
I will also investigate further.
With Krampus and Banyue Shifu helping out, things will definitely go more smoothly from here. Wise and I will keep an eye on the situation too, while we keep Xiaoguang company.
Let's all stay sharp, everyone. This calm might just be the eye of the storm. A brief moment of respite before everything gets thrown into chaos again.
I'll make some comments every now and then, but it's something I've looked into as, oh, this would be a way to foster a community. But it's like, until I actively start doing stuff like account coaching or like that sort of stuff, I don't think a Discord server would be really important for the stuff I'm trying to make. And there'll be some creators who, like, they have a Discord, but they effectively they don't exist at all in it. They just have it as like another holding ground for for their fan base to join in. And that's okay, but it's like I don't know how active many of them are in that stuff. Also, that's like, if I could do this for a living, like if I made enough money from this to do this for a career, I'd have a Discord server, no problem. It's like, hey, you want to have a Discord server for basically no extra investment? It's like, would you like to do more free work? It's like, oh, I might be doing some special stuff for my fans very soon. I'm trying to get some merch stuff lined up still. I'm still trying to finalize the right time to announce it and release it. So look forward to that soon, but it's like, I don't need a Discord server for that. I could just like make an announcement on YouTube, be like, hey, here's my merch drop happening, like that sort of thing. So I'm not against having a Discord. I've created one and I thought about it, and it's like, you know what? I don't think this would make things a lot better. At least not right now. And then we have a conversation with Wise where it's like, hey, things are going to happen pretty soon. Are we going to be able to beat that stuff? Are we going to be able to hold out? Like, no matter what lies ahead. Yeah, at least we'll never have to fight alone. Well, anything else can wait until sunrise. Right now, all I want is a nice hot shower and sleep. Well, you get some rest too. Get ready for your next adventure. That's technically the end of the story, but then we have some epilogue.
Are you here to criticize me, Senior Joe? I thought they'd send the cold, heartless executioner. No, I've never been able to get along with her.
The boss hasn't issued any new orders yet. Naturally, she won't do anything. Besides, it's too late for you to feel guilty now.
Theoretically, well, I only have a US outpost, so, or not US, an America server outpost. If you really want to talk to other like-minded individuals, you could join my outpost. I'd have to go through my post to find the code again, but it's out there.
I'm just here on my own behalf to ask you for an explanation. After all, we've provided you with important intel, but the result of the mission was a little underwhelming.
That's fair,
Your
Arcade
orders from
Dreamer.
the higher-ups are to retrieve Banyue's core data and erase this unstable factor. But as for you, not only did you not get the core, but you also seem to have made him more complete and dangerous? Is this negligence of duty or self-inflicted downfall?
Zhao's like, dial in? You had one job?
Huh?
Why didn't you
I
do
didn't
it?
finish the mission. I have exercised the ultimate authority granted to me by Krampus as the judge. The verdict is as follows. Banyue's core consciousness has tentatively proven that it is controllable and of great value. Hence, I deemed there was no need to erase it. As
I
for
can go through
retrieving
my
said
post and
core,
try to find it.
Don't worry, I will introduce Banyue to Krampus. Wouldn't you call that a different kind of recovery in a sense?
Huh? You want to let him join Krampus?
Yeah, wouldn't that be more interesting? If he joined, then his power, along with all of the information he has, would be of service to Krampus. In the long run, that's way more valuable than a one-time core data extraction, don't you think? Aside from the old folks from TOPS, the reason the boss is so interested in Banyue's core is because a certain big shot was the one who made modifications. Gradually transformed him from a killing machine into a human.
Huh. You sure know how to wiggle out of a tough situation. However, your proposal does actually have some merit. I hereby approve your verdict. As for how to write the report without any leaks to get those old fossils to nod in person, that will be up to you to deal with. But I believe that when the boss finds out we're about to have a new member who is so controllable and so useful with all the potential value he brings, I'm sure she will be happy. After all, this is much more worthwhile than recycling a pile of scrap metal, right? All right, I'll leave the rest of the procedures to you. I look forward to hearing good
I
news
found it.
about our new member.
I'll still be relying
Here's
on
my
you to help
outpost
me
ID.
persuade the others.
Xylan's like, yeah, I found a different solution. I found option C. I do think this part of the story is a bit did confuse people, not in terms of like what's happening, but when they announced Banyue is a part of Krampus, from a lot of players from an outside perspective, they think, oh, so he's already with the group. And the answer is, well, no, he's not. He's not a part of the group yet. But they say he's part of the faction. Yes, he's part of the faction. But hasn't joined the faction in the story yet. And so I think that confused a couple people when they're playing through. Because they ask, oh, is this Banyue guy? He's part of, does he know Dai Lin? And they're like, oh yeah, he's part of the faction. It's like, wait a second. That hasn't happened yet in the story. Okay, this is almost done, and then I'll probably end stream here. Because I'm taking my notes still.
Banyue, your path to redemption begins with Krampus. And it will be a long road. Don't let me down.
If only we could see what this redemption looks like. The skies over Wi-Fi Peninsula remain heavy and gray, but for Banyue, the path towards a new life now lies open, and one less shadow stands in his way. The night deepens, and all is silent. As Suebian Temple is shrouded in hazy moonlight, a single room is lit with a dim yellow light, like a stubborn little firefly in the darkness.
On the day I secretly snuck into Suebian Temple, I saved a chubby cat.
The next time I came to the temple, I tried to pass myself off as the acting temple master, only to get caught red-handed by Junior Bell. The day we went to Yumcha Sin, I was wearing that casual dress. Junior Bell said it really suits me.
The storyteller at Yumcha Sin told fascinating tales. We ate osmanthus cakes made with fresh petals preserved in honey, sticky rice powder, and kumquat peel. Banyue Shifu doesn't like greasy or spicy things. When handing him hot tea, the cup handle should be to the right. Dai Lin really likes honey. She always doubles the amount. Senior Inhu's secret marinade. Grind the dried tangerine peel into fine powder. Use just a pinch when seasoning the meat. When we gathered around the fire that night, we looked at the stars together and exchanged embarrassing stories. I talked about... Why can't I remember? I knew it just a second ago. I wrote it all down right here.
The words on the page appear blurry, twisted, and morphed, as if they're about to break free from the shackles of the pages and disappear completely. At this point, I would have appreciated, I know this is more effort, but I would have appreciated a little like effect on the text that like it fades away, like it itself becomes blurry and twisted and morphs. I think that would be a lot more immersive. A tear falls from her eye, hitting the diary with a sharp pat. After a few seconds, she wipes the damp marks from her face with the back of her hand, and her eyes become resolute again. She stares at the handwriting soaked in tears, as if trying to use her gaze to burn the words back into her heart.
I talked about how I didn't bring enough money when I left Junkoi Summit. I almost ended up going to that pawn shop in town. I remembered thinking to myself, besides the Qingming sword, I have nothing of value that's worth holding on to. I must never forget these memories. Never. Shifu, my brother, Bell, Wise, and everyone else. I must remember all the beautiful moments we shared together. I have to remember.
In the light, her lips move persistently, yet in vain, over and over again, repeating the fragments of fleeting memories that she's desperate to hold on to. Her fingers begin to turn white and tremble slightly as she grips the diary tightly. It's as if she's engaging in a desperate struggle against an invisible foe known as the Forgotten. Only the still damp tear stains on the paper slightly tell the story of a young girl who in the darkest of nights used all her strength to pretend the world is still as it always was. To pretend she's still the same Ye Xiongguang, whole, unscarred, unaffected by the Qingming sword. I really like that scene. I really like that scene a lot. I think it tells a lot about the character. Oh man, I really like that scene. Like, in spite of all the pacing issues in this story, in spite of all my issues with really awful lines of dialogue, of expositional dialogue that have no point in being here, in spite of this, how much I hate this whole paragraph here, this scene still has some killers. This story has some killer scenes that are like really well written. Like, oh man, they were building up to this whole time. Like, oh, osmanthus cake, therefore remembering things. Oh man, I hope the Qingming sword has no effect on the character who needs to remember stuff. Like, man, that's engaging storytelling. I like that a lot. I hope they do a good job I hope they do that story well. I really like this from a character building perspective. And we see Ye Xiongguang's like, I'm not going to hide things from you. I'm going to tell you everything. I'm going to be open and honest. But she's a liar. She's still lying to us. She's like, oh, everything's fine. I remember everything. Nope, she doesn't. She's a liar. She's absolutely a liar. But she is lying so that everyone feels better. Like, she doesn't want everyone else to be upset. One, because that makes her, they lock her away and they don't let her do things. But two, and two, it makes everyone feel upset and sad, and she doesn't want that. It's like, oh, that plays into her character. It's like, she's trying to make people feel happy, and she's also like wanting to be free to some extent. So she is willing to continue to put up this lie about like, oh yes, of course everything's fine. Nothing bad happened, because she is so desperate to do anything in her life. Like, I don't want to be locked. I have to hold on to these memories. She wants to experience life and do things. And the one thing she has, the one weapon she's been given, is the very thing that prevents her from doing literally anything, from keeping on to those memories and those experiences. That's such an interesting story. She's doomed to die a death that will like suck all of her experience, her life away, her experiences, her dreams, her values, her wishes, all gone. That's what she's fated to do. She's fated to die. And so she's so desperately trying to live a life that she can do something, do anything. That's a really fascinating story. In concept, I don't think they execute it very well. I think they really they execute it. I think they fumble a lot of scenes in the next chapter. I think this is a pretty good setup, all things considered, in the context of Ye Xiongguang, despite some scenes that I would like say, cut this part out of the story, make this a bit shorter. Again, it's a pacing thing. It's not it's not necessarily the story itself is bad. It's the story needs to be paced better. And part of that includes cutting some dialogues, rearranging some dialogues just to make it flow a bit more naturally. And so I like what this story sets up for the character. I like how her agency, because she's an agent, haha. Her agency involves lying to the people she cares about. One, so that way they don't feel bad about like her being around, because she wants to still be around. She wants to make memories with these people. And as soon as she shows signs of dying, they're going to lock her away. And it's like, but that's the one thing she wants to hold on to, is those memories. But she can't, as long as she's around us and she's fighting, she can't hold on to those memories. So she's in a catch-22. Either go back to the mountain and like live life as a hermit with no one else around, or live life with the people around her with understanding that she will be called on to use her powers and she will die. Like, that's really interesting. That's a really good character dilemma. Anyway, I'm going to repeat, if I'm going to keep going in circles if I continue with that. There's also more to it that I'm not getting to now because it hasn't been brought up. Well, it kind of has. But it involves more of the dating stuff, which we haven't gotten to yet. But there is a point of like, why does Ye Xiongguang just want to date us out of nowhere? It's like, well, that's a great question. Why would someone who knows for certain they're going to die soon just be like, I want to experience life, please? People have the thing called a bucket list. Like, I'm going to do these things before I die. It's a shame that they do not execute it as well as they could have. There are some things they do well. There are a couple things in Chapter 5 that I thought were pretty good. But again, it's a pacing thing. It's not that what happens, it's bad. It's that what happens is drawn out or presented in a way that really misses the mark from what the story they are trying to tell. And it's frustrating because I can see the story they're trying to tell. I know what it is. I can see it. But that's not the story they're telling. And it's frustrating that they're so close. Writing well is really hard. Writing good stories is hard. So it's frustrating. It's like, oh man, there's a good story here. I know there is. It's just not shown to us properly. Darn it. It stinks. And we will do the date scenes, because I think the date scenes are actually important to the actual story. They're pretty short. We're not going to do it tonight. I'm going to end stream now. Guys, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining. You installed again only because of the co-op event? That's crazy. Hold on. You uninstalled after the Sword Realm event? That part was good. You uninstalled after playing the good story? That's crazy. Guys, it's been fun. It's been wonderful. My PC has survived. I might need to change stuff because like these are not regular, not that they're irregular fans, but these are replacement fans, so I'm still like fine tuning. What is the right balance for them? What temperature should my stuff be at while I'm streaming? It's at a lower temperature because I closed the game, so they didn't have that happening. But I'm just going to keep an eye on to make sure my CPU and GPU are fine. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. My name's Yojimbo Blade, and I hope you'll have a wonderful night. See you soon. I might... hold on. Before I go, I might not... I don't think I'll be streaming the night of Season 3. Just because I want you guys to have a chance to actually play the game. I've never been a huge fan of being like, oh, it's launched. I got to play right as it happens. And it's like... Doesn't that kind of cheapen the experience for people who want to play it for themselves? So I'll probably give you guys a day in advance in case you guys want to go through it. Maybe a couple days. I don't think I'll play the full story. If I do a stream, it might be I'm going to I'm dreading the 2 point. Look at this. It's 7 hours long. Wait, you guys can't see what I'm showing. Look at this. It's 7 hours. 7 hours and 7 minutes. It's crazy how long the 2.5 story is. If you were trying to push through the story, like, oh man, I'm ready for the season 2 finale. It's like, oh my gosh, why is this taking so long? And a part of me wants to finish the season 2 story before I go into season 3. So that way I can like finish my thoughts on the story before I start season 3, you know? Arcade Dreamer, we have to. It's the season 2 story re-experience. We have to do it. We have to be thorough. So I don't have like a specific stream schedule because I'm going to be gone this weekend as well. This upcoming weekend, I'm going to be gone. And I'm probably going to be busy this week doing stuff for volunteering stuff that I should have been doing a while ago, but my computer died, so I couldn't do it. I'm not going to do it all in one sitting. Absolutely not. That's not happening. So yeah, I probably like won't even make a lot of videos this week just because I have volunteer stuff that I have to do. That's all I got. Now we're actually going to end. Thanks for joining again. Goodbye. Love y'all. Take care.